I just want to, oh, yeah, cool. Okay, so I think we are ready to start, right? Maybe we need like a couple more minutes so people can actually take a seat and yeah, and enjoy my opening speech. Okay, so I don't know if anybody can hear me from the outside. Not really. That's fine. I think we have enough people here. We also have a live stream, both on Fluence Twitter and yeah, and YouTube. So we're good. Yeah. Should we start? Should we wait?
Maybe we can send someone to do a round.
Yeah, let's do a round. Yeah. Okay, so we are starting in 1 minute. Let me check the mics. Let me check if live stream is going. Live stream is okay? Good? Working? Okay. All right, people, welcome to DePIN Day. Welcome to DePIN Day Hong Kong, our very, very first DePIN Day in 2025. Yeah, this is not just a random another side event at the blockchain week. This is like a highly curated event series dedicated to exploring the forefront of DePIN, decentralized networks, decentralized AI, compute, storage, everything. Yeah. Yeah, I actually have this clicker. So we started to do all of these DePIN days last year in Denver, and so far we've organized 8 events worldwide, gathering together the DePIN community. It was more than 250 participants, like at all the locations together. It was like more than 100 speakers, a lot of talks. You can go to YouTube channel, Fluence YouTube channel, and watch everything. Yeah, and all the speakers who are going to be presented today, you can watch them online as well. Yeah. So these are 8 events, and we are, you can just go to our website, depinday.xyz, and find out like the biggest community and find out the biggest names and the best talks and panel discussions there. And if you're really curious on DePIN, this is your entry point, and this is your kind of knowledge point as well. So I highly recommend to go to our website. And for the next year, for this year, we've planned not only Hong Kong, but also Denver, also Dubai pretty soon, Cairns, and Singapore, and maybe something else. So if you're planning to travel into any of these locations, please join us and continue the movement and help us to build the DePIN community. Yes, so is anyone coming to Denver? Does anyone wow, who's that crazy as us? Yeah, we actually do 2 events at almost like 1 week because the next one is happening in Denver. So yeah, if you're curious, you can just like join us live basically as you can do it today. Yeah, and yeah, so the next event is in Denver. Hopefully you're gonna join us, but the one which you have time to prepare for is Dubai. So the next location would be Dubai around Talking 2049 in May 2nd, so stay tuned and join us there, join us as partners, as speakers and attendees. Yeah, really happy to have you all here. Yeah, so DePIN Day Hong Kong actually wasn't possible without these 2 amazing companies. One is Fluence. Give a round of applause to Fluence. We organized the whole series, and we do everything on like content-wise and organization-wise. And of course, Titan Network, who are our beloved partners, who help us to put together everything here in Hong Kong. And really, really nice job. I think it was the best collaboration so far. I think we can become like one huge team of best event organizers. Thank you, Titan. Thank you, Titan Network. Yeah, there are also like 2 senior partners that you can find in this like right side, IO.net and Hivilla. You're gonna listen to the talk by Gurav. You're gonna listen to the talk by Hivilla a little bit later. You can check the agenda on the website as well. Thanks to our middle partners, Impossible Cloud Networks, NoDops, DePIN DAO, and Mavari. Round of applause to our media partners, please. Yeah. Cool, and we also have a huge media presence here today. So like our PR star, Shilika, put together a lot of medias, and you can meet them here today during the day. You can connect with them online, so they are covering our events. So we're gonna be buzzing today, I think so. Yeah, and these are all the speakers gonna be presenting today. I think we're only missing Konstantin. Unfortunately, he is sick, but yeah, River gonna replace him, I think, no problem. Okay, so you can scan the QR code. There will be agenda. So if you're curious, like what's happening next, just scan this QR. You also can find this across the venue, and you can also find it on the website. So yeah, join talks, join the networking zone. It's always going to be like the same. We also have Wi-Fi if you're not still connected, so please join. You also have on your badges, and we also have live photos. If you scan this QR code, you can actually have an access to all the pictures that is taken right now. And yeah, it's already published, right, Nemo? Yeah, it's working. Try it. And yeah, just enjoy this DePIN Day. Help us to make it the best event so far. Yeah, and stay tuned for more updates. Cool, and we are starting the first talk. River Davis, are you ready? Please give a round of applause to River Davis from Titan Network. I'm gonna open your presentation.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us at DePIN Day. My name is River Davis. I'm the head of brand at Titan Network. We also have some of our co-founders, Neo, Jing. If you see them, say hi. If you want to talk to me about anything related to Titan Network, let me know. We can definitely have a conversation. And today, I'm going to just loosely intro Titan Network so that everyone has a clear understanding of who we are and what we do. So, Titan Network is a DePIN web service provider powered by a decentralized user network. we connect community cloud resources with Titan Network web services, a platform that offers storage, compute, and content delivery for enterprise-level businesses. It's easy to join the network, to share your device resources, and access cloud services. So the two sides of our business, the user device network, is super easy, install to earn, where we turn unused idle resources into web services for our Titan Network web service community. Essentially, our technology is pretty simple and straightforward. We run a agentic node, which you can install on your edge devices, which will provide your unused idle resources to the network. So your compute, storage, and bandwidth. On the other side, we have our web services, where we power businesses like TikTok and Peanuts, for example, which is running on the screen over here, providing live translation. And so this service is actually powered by our user device network, which is providing the unused idle resources. And now we can talk about the history of Titan, where we came from, and how we got here, and where we're going. The origin of Titan was started by creating the retrieval and CDN layer for Filecoin network. We have grown to 34 employees globally across multiple countries: China, Singapore, UK, Germany, Moscow, Canada. And with the help of everyone who works with us, we've been able to create a cloud network based on consumer devices. We've grown to over 550,000 nodes with 96,000 active daily users across 146 countries. And because of that, we've been able to power over 20 enterprise-level companies, including TikTok. So with our successful fourth testnet launch, we were able to optimize internet bandwidth and save TikTok 78% of their CDN costs. And because of that, we 3x'd our revenue in just 2 months. I think a really interesting thing that happened for us is the usage rate that we have right now, which is at 84%. And this is significantly higher than most DePIN protocols in the market right now, and something that we're very proud of. So something that we pride ourselves on is our ability to focus first on demand. And what we mean by that is we're not necessarily focused on how many users we can get into the project, but we're focused on the level of enterprises that we can serve. Because to best serve the community, it's important to be able to provide the rewards to them through our enterprise solutions. So by having such a strong success rate for the fourth testnet, having a client like TikTok, we are able to activate a large portion of our community to gain rewards by providing network and CDN solutions. So how it works essentially is We bring in demand. We work with enterprise clients. We provide cloud solutions to them. Titan acts as the coordination layer. And our users, decentralized across the globe, earn passive income by sharing their unused storage bandwidth and compute. And so today, we have a pretty special announcement. We've been doing a lot of work, obviously, to get to this point. 4 testnets have successfully launched. We've tested our storage, we've tested compute, we've tested bandwidth. We have successfully gained large enterprise clients. And now we are announcing the move to launching our Series A funding. Last year, we closed our seed round led by Arrington Capital. As our lead investor, DePIN X and FollowBlock were supporting us. And now we're ready to do our Series A raise. And so we will be raising $15 million over the coming months, and we will be continuing to work towards our Q2 TGE. The token generation event and our mainnet launch are 2 of the most important upcoming things for us and what we've been working towards with our community to support Titan Network moving forward. So, if you're interested in joining us or supporting us on this path, I encourage you to join Titan Network. If you are looking to provide idle resources for our community network, please, you can scan the QR code. It's easy to install, to join, and to earn. And if you're an enterprise level solution, especially in the Web3 space, but even in the Web2 space, as we've seen with TikTok, we would be happy to provide one-on-one service to bring you into the network and provide DePIN cloud solutions for you based on your needs. And that is Titan Network. And I appreciate all of you taking the time to come here and to enjoy this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, River. I think we have a room for like a couple of questions if anybody has.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Does anyone? Yeah.
Do I need a very powerful computer with a lot of storage in order to earn some money?
You don't, but the more powerful you have, the more rewards you'll earn. So there is a level there, but you do not need the best top equipment to start earning today.
Are you expecting me to be, online 24/7?
To earn the most rewards, you would want to be a fully active node for as long as you could be. And so it's up to you to make the choice of how much you want to earn and how long you want to provide your resources and how much of the resources you want to provide.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more?
Hello, hi, this is Ming from Animoca. So just one question, have you guys assessed the full potential of this model in terms of how much computing capacity you can source from the decentralized network?
So far, we have not reached a max point. And so from our perspective, I wouldn't go so far as to say we have an infinite amount of resources, but based on the amount of users and nodes we have in the network right now, we've been able to completely fulfill and balance efficiently the supply and demand sides, even to a point where we currently have more demand from our enterprise in specific Asia region countries than we do from our supply. And so bringing on more people from the supply now to earn rewards from our enterprise who needs that supply is actually where we currently stand. So I hope one day we find that max and we can say, hey, we'll continue to balance efficiently the supply and demand sides.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for your questions. Thanks, River, for answering, and thanks for your talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give a round of applause. And we are moving forward to the next speaker. It's Gura from IO.net. Let's give a round of applause to IO.net, our senior partners today. They also have a booth there outside. You can just come and talk to them.
Hello. Hi.
Okay?
Okay.
So-
Quick background. I'm Gaurav. I'm the CTO at IO.net. Quick background about me. I've been in the industry for 20 years. Before this, I was in leadership positions in Amazon, eBay, Booking Holding, and Binance. Right? I am with the project for almost a year now. It's comparatively the things which we have achieved in this project. We are still very new comparatively, like what we have achieved in this past 1 year. So the Internet of GPUs is finally here. And why do we say it? You will get to know in next 5-10 minutes. So in the early 2000s, if you're a business, just opening a new branch in different cities wasn't good enough. Expanding to new countries wasn't good enough. You had to go online. The businesses like Netflix realized it, adapted, went online. Today, they are more than $400 billion worth of business. And there are a bunch of companies which didn't realize, like Blockbuster, in the same business, and they had a slow death. We are at the same juncture where AI is equally important today. There'll be companies in the next 5-10 years who will adapt to AI, will become bigger. Like, for example, if you want to run your support team at 1/10 the cost, you better adapt to AI chatbots, AI agents, and reduce the cost of the company and utilize this money somewhere else to grow. Else, with these kind of examples, you'll have a slow death in the business. And people are realizing it, right? And these research numbers show that. So there are like bunch of like different sides of the spectrums. Somebody saying that we are having a growth of AI and GPUs by 33%. Some say we'll become $1 trillion plus business in the next 10 years. Even if you take a mean of all these research, you will realize that for sure, we'll be $1 trillion plus economy in the coming years. And the demand will never be met by the supply. We today itself are short by 2.5 times, meaning if we are producing X amount of GPUs every day, we need 2.5x times. And this number will not reduce. And the reason is very simple. The mobile phones you have in your pocket, it's 10 to 20 times more stronger than the CPUs you had 20 years back. That still, with that number, you have seen that AWS business has become 100 times. We are selling more and more compute. And the reason is when the cost becomes lower, the hardware becomes stronger, people do more experimentation. And the demand for that particular piece becomes higher. You've seen that thing in CPUs with the businesses like AWS, Google's and all. Same thing. You're already seeing it in GPU business, and it's just going to become bigger. This demand and supply will not be met. Now think from the customer perspective. I'll just give the problem statements we have, and then we will tell you how we are solving this problem, right? Even if you're a startup and assume you have just been funded by $20 million, you will be surprised that the AI companies spend more than 50% of their funding in just getting these GPU resources. So if you're funded with $20 million, more than 10 million is just going in renting these businesses, these GPUs, right? And even if you give the money to these centralized players like AWS and Google's, you still have to wait months. That's the opportunity cost lost, right? We saw all these problems and we thought that how we can build a business around it. And then we thought that the main thing we want to create a decentralized cloud. But when we are building this skyscraper, we wanted it to be built brick by brick and adding value at each step in the ecosystem. So we started with creating a DePIN first, which will give the GPUs to these builders at the 70% discount compared to the centralized players. Right? That's what was our first aim. And then we wanted to create an economy around this DePIN with having a marketplaces for data, models, and protocol and governance things also, right? Now, what we did was we created a strong team. In the crypto side, you will hear a lot of times we will do this, we will do this. In this next talk, we'll tell you what exactly we have done and where we are in terms of the ARR revenue, the TNE, and what we have built. And then we'll tell you where we'll be headed and what we have achieved in the last 1 year. And the reason we have done it is because we have this strong set of engineers. In a lot of crypto companies, you'll see a lot of degens who know crypto very well, but they don't know how to build platforms. In a lot of companies, you will see people who can build platforms, but they don't understand the crypto side of things, how to use the tokenomics, how to use the ecosystem, how to use the community, right? We collected the set of engineers and people who were good in crypto, who had a background in crypto from Binance of the world. We had people from AWS, Google's and all. So we had a set of people who knew the business, who knew the crypto, and who can build the platforms at scale. Today, you realize a lot of times that like there is a GPU shortage, but it's not actually real. The reason being is there's ample amount of compute in the market, but people are not tapping to it. The best example of this would be that when this crypto event is happening, and let's say you come to Hong Kong, and all of you guys, let's say as a group, go to Hilton, and you say we need 10 rooms. The Hilton will say, sorry, sold out, right? When you go to Marriott, they'll say sold out. But does that mean in Hong Kong you don't have any hotel room with the same service available? That's not true. There's ample amount of inventory there, but people haven't aggregated this inventory and given it to customers. Airbnb did it in the terms of rooms, and Booking.com and other places did it for hotels. Nobody had the incentive and the resources to do it for GPUs. So we were one of the earliest players doing it, right? And the numbers would actually prove it in the coming slides. Now, what we have already achieved, let's talk about that, right? Not the future and the dream, what we have already achieved in terms of platform and the numbers and the revenue. Let's talk about that, right? So we have 4 products already. It's called Cloud, Worker, Explorer, and Intelligence, right? Let's go quickly over it. Worker is basically a platform, one of the platforms which allow anyone to bring their worker to our platform, add it, like GPUs to add it, and get the incentive immediately. We are one of the very rare players who do this. Why? Because the technology to test that if you are giving me a GPU X, is it really that GPU X is very hard to test. It took us more than 6 months to build this tech. That if you're telling me that you have a H100 GPU, is it really a H100 GPU? Nobody does it in the crypto industry also. Why? Because this tech wasn't there. So people normally buy the hardware. They themselves become a centralized players. They build some smart contracts and they call them a DePIN, right? In the actual DePIN, when you go to the ethos of DePIN, the inventory should also come from people. And it was hard in past because the tech didn't exist. We invested 6+ months just to build this tech that you can bring us the hardware, we will test it, and if the hardware is what you claim, then we'll give you very good rewards as incentives. And today, when you actually give us your hardware, for example, H100, the incentive in tokens which you earn is 3 times the money you will get if you rent it someplace outside. So let's say if you are renting it outside of the platform for $1, we give you close to $3. That's the kind of incentive we gave. And we saw that just few months, we had more than $3 billion worth of inventory with us. Like, I think we'll be among the top 20 players or top 10 players in the market, and including Web2s also, which had such a huge inventory, right? Now, we then built a software on top of these GPUs because a lot of people want the consumption of these GPUs in a very seamless way as software engineers, as developers. So what we do? We basically saw what is the technology which will be the thing in the future. And OpenAI of the world are basically building over a Ray framework. Small players don't do this because they're still learning, but the biggest players, OpenAI of the world, use this framework. And we took it, forked it, made it better. Their tech only worked on single data center. We forked it and changed it in a way that this tech now can work in decentralized way among multiple data centers. And if suppose you are working on thousands of GPUs, and let's say 10 of those GPUs go bad, automatically those will be moved out and new GPUs will be brought in seamlessly. We built this tech, and what we realized was the demand for this was very, very high. And just in past 3 months, this is the rate of growth of our TNE. In first 6 to 7 months, we just built the tech to be stable. That was the base platform, right? And in past 4 months, we said, okay, the platform exists, we are there. Now let's bring the business in. Let's show that, okay, the business could be built on this platform. And within 4 months, you'll realize that our T&E from the month of October, from 11, has grown to 64 on a daily basis. And this growth is not stopping. We as a company have like literally realized internally that deep inside of the problem for us is a solved problem. We have shown the value, customers are happy, now the customers are coming by themselves, right? This particular flywheel is already rotated and the growth of the DePIN business is automatically growing over a period of time. So what are we doing as a company? We're building more products around it. So we are a crypto project. We wanted to empower the community and we had this $1 billion worth of inventory. So we built a platform known as IO Intelligence. Okay, what do we do? Imagine you're a builder and you want to build, let's say, an ML model, and you go to a Web2 player. At a time T0, if you go to any platform, you pay them money right from beginning to get those GPUs. Then you build on that platform, you pay for data, you pay for compute, and let's say you do a good job. Kudos to you, you did a good job. Then you take that model, try to sell it to people outside, to some companies, to get the money back, right? What we wanted to build was we wanted to build an economy around it so that if, as a builder, you come, we give you the GPUs for free till certain time. You don't need to pay anything. And when you build the model, and if it's a good model and it's being used by numerous people, we will give you incentive as a part of that also. Imagine how many builders from Web 2 now will come to Web 3. The potential is like huge. And what we did, all the popular models which you have heard of, DeepSeeks, Llamas and all, we took all these 30, 40 popular models, deployed it on a system and gave it for free, people to use. Just 3 weeks back, we launched this platform. And within 3 weeks, we realized like we were building it for community. We had enterprise players in Web2 coming to us and said, we want a separate instance of the same product where we can give our data to these models, train only on our models, and we're ready to pay for it. So the product which we built for community, now Web2 companies are coming and we are earning revenue from that also. And it's just a 3-week-old project which we launched, right? So the point is, in crypto and in DePIN, the real business can be built. And we have done it within a year, right? So these are just numbers and products which today exist, right? Now, what we're basically doing is our decentralized distributed compute infrastructure is already there. We showed you the numbers. We showed you what you built, right? The model marketplace, which I just talked about, IO Intelligence, it's already there. Now what we're doing is we as a company are creating decentralized storage, the data marketplace, because to create a model, data is equally important. You cannot build a good model if you don't have a power over data, right? Or ownership over data. So we, in the future, are creating, we already started working on it. We already are creating a marketplace for data where anybody who comes in gets incentive when they share data with us. We, in the coming year, will become a single stop shop for AI. If you want to build anything for decentralized AI, we will be the player which will give you everything. And we've already proven it with the tech in the past 6-8 months itself, and with the numbers in terms of the T&E and everything. We have another venture arm. So God was great to us. We were blessed. We did well as a business. Now we wanted to give back to the community also. So we created a venture arm where we basically fund a lot of AI startups coming in also, sometimes in terms of the GPU, because it's costly. When we were coming up, we were creating our models and the infrastructure. A good amount of our investments were also going in GPUs. So we realized it. So we created a venture arm to help these AI startups which are coming up. Predominantly, we do it in terms of GPUs, but we sometimes do it in terms of money also, right? So if there's any player interested, we have investment arm. You can reach out to us. More than happy to help and engage, right? I think that was a quick summary of IO. More than happy to have any questions if anyone has.
Thank you, Gaurav. Does anyone have any questions, maybe? Yes?
Nice talk. I'm Jason.
Thank you.
So I'm just curious, what are the use cases for Web3 company to use all the GPU power right now?
I think there are plenty. I can't share the details, but I'll tell you one use case which is going to become big for sure. So there's one of the players who's going to launch an agent where you could, let's imagine, give your father's voice as a sample. If you have an old video or audio recording, you can give that sample. And you could write a song for the family, and that song would be sang in your father's voice. On the other hand, if you like some celebrity, you can actually upload their voice, write a song, it'll be sung in that time, right? So these are the kind of models which are already built. There is a crypto player who's going to launch an AI agent for that. I have seen personally that model performance it's very, very good. That's one of the players who's already training their models on top of our GPUs. They'll be launching, I think, this agent in the next 1.5 months, right? And there are plenty of people who, the example which I gave, they want to do it with that model. That's one use case, genuine use case. And that company is building their own LLM models. Now, when they build their own LLM models, obviously they need GPUs for that. But they also want to make sure that the performance of the model is good compared to other LLMs. So then that IO intelligence piece comes in, where we give them a bunch of our GPUs deployed with these DeepSeeks, llamas and all, with the help of an API, so that they don't have to manage all these models. If a newer version comes in, it automatically gets updated. They don't need to create this engineering team in their company who manages all that infrastructure. If they have 10 people, those 10 people will only focus on the business. Otherwise, if you go to any AI or software company, if you have 10 people, 2 to 3 out of them are focusing on this infrastructure piece, right? Deploying, scaling, and all these things. So you get distracted away from business. So product like ours makes sure that your engineering is focusing on your business, not on the periphery side of things.
So you're saying you're helping both the model training and the deployment and the operation part of this model.
That is correct.
Is it fully function right now?
Yes.
What's the pricing?
So the IO intelligence is totally for free. Like that's what we started. We actually wanted to give it to the community for free. Then we realized that people want to pay for it also. Then we started giving separate instance. So now, to be honest, we are at a problem. It's a good question. Now we are at a place that the demand is so high that in future we are working on the pricing for it beyond a certain limit. Right now, for each model, 1 million tokens is free, which is a good number. So if you have 40, let's say, models deployed on a platform, for each model, 1 million tokens you can use every day for free. That's like around 40 million tokens, which is a very, very good number.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Gaurav. Round of applause to Gaurav from IO.net. Thanks, IO.net, for partnering with us at our event. Yeah, feel free to find their table and ask any questions. There should be a lot of team members from their side. And we are ready to, I think we can we just start early, 5 minutes? I think no problem. Evgeny, are you ready? Okay, guys, welcome on the stage. Evgeny Ponomarov from co-founder of Fluence.
Hello. Oh yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Evgeny, co-founder of Fluence. Great to be here today. I'm gonna talk about Fluence and what we do there. So it's called cloudless computing. All right. So we kind of do we're doing also decentralized computing platform like IONet, but it's with very different use cases and specifics. Essentially, we describe Fluence as a DePIN platform that frees compute from centralized clouds, making the world a better place. But it's kind of obvious things right here. We all know that compute demand growing very fast right now, mainly driven by AI, and it's actually not just on the GPU side where you need to run models. It's also all kind of data collection, data processing, databases, all of this traditional CPU infrastructure also demand grows really fast because the amounts of data that we need to process, we need to collect, and then process to feed into all these models is insane. It's bigger than ever. So we're gonna see a lot of demand to compute across the edge, the cloud, the new hardware, and other channels. So we kind of, from the mission perspective, what we are trying to do is we are trying to build the alternative to big tech, where everything now is hosted, like the most part of internet is hosted by a few huge corporations, and we are just trying to do it step by step, right? So by building this alternative infrastructure, we first focus on Web3, then we're trying to help AI, because like in AI, these centralization questions keep popping up again and again. Concerns about OpenAI, which is not OpenAI, which is kind of closed AI, right? And then finally to bring the legacy enterprises into this new world of infrastructure that is more neutral, transparent, open source, and so on and so forth. So one of the most important things for sort of helping this to accommodate this growing demand to compute is essentially pricing, right? Because if you look at how pricing is formed in a big hyperscalers, it's actually quite expensive. Like everything there is quite expensive. There are services, even if you rent pure CPU like Amazon EC2, if you are renting GPUs, it's all actually comes with a huge price, because they have this market monopoly, because they have quite a lot of costs that they include into this price, and they take quite a big margin. And I think it's kind of obvious for everyone, because essentially if you're able to get same piece of hardware from the manufacturer and put it like into data center, like collocate it in data center, you would see that economics is kind of different. So actually like hardware costs and hardware maintenance costs with decent break-even time allow you to have the price much lower. So essentially what we are trying to do is we are trying to create an efficient marketplace of the hardware where all of these additional margins just eliminated. Yeah, so we do it with token economics, with blockchains, right? So with adding efficiency of the competition of global providers, with helping to subsidize both supply side and demand side with tokens. You know, if you think of all the marketplace models of the previous generations, like Uber, Airbnb, they all they all need to bootstrap both sides, supply and demand. So they are subsidizing riders and drivers with investors' money, essentially. Here, in crypto, we have these wonderful tokens, which we can use to do the same, but with higher efficiency, essentially, because you have a longer vested effect here, where you can give tokens to customers and providers today, which they not sell immediately and not convert immediately to fiat or stablecoins, but they can increase in value over time, which would sort of make this short-term capital efficiency better versus if you give them just a fiat right away. So we build the on-chain marketplace, we add token incentives, we build cloud services, which we call cloudless, because it's kind of on top of marketplace of hardware, which exists independently from the cloud. And it allows us to get lowest possible prices for customers for these cloud services. Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward. We have customers, providers, and FLT holders like any marketplace. For providers, what's unique here is that also it's important that we incentivize the right profile of providers, because in crypto you can think of also like, okay, any blockchain, any layer one is a sort of also marketplace. You have miners who provide hardware, and you have like users who build stuff on chain and use the chain. But then if you see how miners usually behave, they turn on the hardware when the price growing and they earn money. And then when the price of the token of like Bitcoin drops, they just turn off, right? So your network capacity like constantly like moving, increasing and shrinking. And when you build in the cloud, when you build in the platform, which should be reliable, which people really should trust and really should switch from big hyperscalers to this one, your capacity have to be much more stable. And that's why providers have to be able to plan their operations for longer period of time, for like months and years. So that's why we are trying to, there is no ideal solution how to do it without just giving them cash up front. But what we are doing with like on the level of the protocol is that providers constantly earn rewards even for idle hardware just because they bought it, they connected it, and they brought it into a network and they're providing it. Essentially, they are, we call it proof of capacity, so they do some work, they prove their hardware performance and existence, and essentially that their hardware connected to a network. And for this, they always get tokens. But then as soon as their hardware is used by customers, they get payment coming from customers directly without any fees. Like the marketplace doesn't really take any fee. Essentially, they always earn FLT and stablecoins. The total amount is sort of stable, which is they can predict and plan. And the only like a percentage here differs depending on how many customers, what's the utilization rate by customers of their hardware at a certain moment. So that allows them to really plan their break-evens like for years. Then we have token, which is also part of this proof of capacity protocol. So essentially, like it's designed the way that in order to activate new hardware in the network, token holders have to stake on this hardware, and essentially they share risks with providers. If provider keeps the hardware connected and operational and performant, they earn yields. If not, their stake got slashed with a certain percentage. So we launched staking last year. It's growing with the amount of capacity we onboarding. We also allowed liquid staking, so now you can stake just in a pool, and you don't need to think about anything. There's going to be other use cases for this liquid staking token, so people would be able to restake it in other protocols. And then essentially on top of this system where we incentivize reliable hardware network, we build cloudless services, which is similar to normal cloud services that people used to, with stablecoin payments. But all of this is open source and transparent, and you can see the execution, not the execution, but the sort of the instances metadata on chain when you create it, and it's all sort of deals between providers and customers, which encapsulate these economic relationships and payments. They happen on chain, so that allows to sort of enable ability to build more, to compose this stuff with other. Let's say we provide only compute, then the other protocol provides storage. So because we have stuff on chain, they have stuff on chain, we can allow potentially customers to rent both things at the same time, because it's on chain and transparent and composable. Yeah, so essentially that's the offering. Yeah, so one of the also important things here is that we currently only allow professional providers who have hardware in data centers. So that's also important because, if I'm using the cloud and someone offers me that I can rent their home computer for some time, but cheaper, I'm like, okay, sure, but I have production workload in the cloud. I'm not gonna host it on someone's home computer. So right now it's only hardware in data centers. We are considering doing additional sort of lower tier of hardware as a separate offering with hardware that it's not really in a top tier data centers, or not in certified data centers. But you would know it. It would be coming with disclaimer. It would be even cheaper than this. But that's kind of separate use case. Yeah, and we have DAO that managed everything. So this is where we are right now. We launched the mainnet, the DAO, the token, and we launched initial cloudless functions, which is serverless WebAssembly offering last year. Then we launched Fluence staking, and we announced VMs, which is virtual machine instance, like a virtualization product like Amazon EC2. We announced it a couple of months ago. And we are moving towards more products, containers. We're gonna bring GPUs. Right now, it all works without SLAs, but we understand SLAs is a huge part of cloud offering. Otherwise, you're not gonna onboard any enterprises. So we're working on SLAs, virtual private cloud, key management, confidential computing, all this stuff. So it's all coming. And also very cool thing that we're all excited about is compute finance, which essentially like creating financial derivatives on top of compute resources, right? So there's different types of the things. One example is some people already done in some other projects is when you issue sort of NFT, when providers issue NFT in order to fund their operations of themselves, and investors can buy it and revenue share with providers for a certain period of time. So providers, this way, they get upfront capital that they can spend to buy the hardware, and investors can, get ability to revenue share at better rate than when they are staking. And the other way, the other thing is, for example, something like futures on compute, which is if you're buying a lot of compute, and especially this is relevant to GPUs, if there's can be like a shortage of supply on certain models, you can sort of hedge your risks if you're buying futures and then use these futures to convert it to compute rental. So something like this, it's not ready yet, but this is something we are working towards, and because there's a lot of potential in there and value for the market and for compute customers. Yeah, we're doing a lot of stuff. That's, I think, some photos from last year. Launched a lot of stuff, presented on biggest crypto conferences. Then virtual machines. Okay, so we announced virtual machines alpha program, and right now it's still closed, private. It's like a closed alpha sort of. We have a bunch of people testing and giving us feedback, and we're kind of polishing stuff there. But that's the offer. So you have VMs at great locations in certified data centers at the lowest price. And I think I have I have video. Would it play or not? Maybe someone needs to click this button. Yeah. Yeah. So this is quick demo. Essentially, the UI, like UX, is very standard. You pick the instance type. You say, I want more storage, or I don't want more storage. We're also gonna allow getting custom amount of RAM. You see what kind of servers we have. You see certifications of data centers. You see the price. It's coming currently with public IP addresses. You can customize ports. You can choose the operation system, and you only add your SSH keys, and essentially you're done. You can have this created. So now it's launching. I have some information here. It's gonna take a minute for the VM to start, and and I think and there's a billion. I can see how much I spend. Currently, it's built per day. That's a sort of one of coming from limitation of the on-chain contracts that how we designed it, but we're probably gonna move to hourly or minutes or even seconds billing. We are figuring out this because that's more convenient than per day. Can I move to the next slide? Yeah, so once again, this is example of pricing. This is like really, if you compare it with big hyperscalers, that crazily cheap. If you compare it to like a Hetzner or DigitalOcean, it would be like still 40-50% cheaper, because we are like really trying to do maximum efficiency out of this. And there is a last chance to join Alpha program to be the first to try VMs. We have already like people deploying all kind of stuff in there, blockchain nodes, VPNs, gaming backends, some databases, just anything. It's VMs, right? You can deploy anything. So this last chance, we're gonna close it soon because we also give some small amount of credits for people to play with, and then we will transition to public access to VMs. And I think that's it. That's the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Evgeny. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions, if anyone has. Any questions to Evgeny? Okay.
No? Thank you for the talk.
Thank you.
How do you guarantee the data privacy and all the things on this platform? Like, do you have any kind of auditing process?
Yes. So currently it's kind of default stuff, right? So it's a hardware. It's a data centers that are not in someone's home, so they are certified. They have like a SOC 2 stuff certifications, and it's a default server. So like whatever privacy attack you can do in a Google data center or an Amazon data center, you can also do here. So like if you have a physical access to hardware, you probably can look at what you're running. But now if you look at like every big cloud providers, everyone has start having confidential computing offering, which is essentially TE or like AMD TE, which is on a software level. So essentially it means that any AMD CPU, on any AMD CPU, you can run code privately without dramatical performance drop. I think this is a very small performance drop actually. And this is now like becoming a standard offer in any cloud, and this is also what we're gonna do. So essentially, like you use just a pure virtualized machine at the cheapest price and the maximum performance. Then there's gonna be confidential computing offering on the same machine, which is gonna be a little bit price drop, a little bit performance drop, which means that your cost increases slightly on this delta.
So are you building a standardized SDK for like connecting all the basically outsourcing cloud providers, or we need to use individual SDK to connect with different things?
This is unrelated to cloud providers, right?
Okay.
We have our own providers. If you by cloud providers, you mean big hyperscalers.
If we are using your platform,
Yeah.
Are we using the same SDK, or we need to use different sets of SDK?
No, you use our tooling.
Okay.
And like we have, I forgot to mention, we have REST API for sort of VMs, but it's our, that's in our format. Okay. That's different.
Can I still ask? Okay. So because I'm trying to build AI agent software that is currently planning to build on repo ledger, XRP, and I'm thinking about using this platform, but what if there is some downtime? Like, how would you deal with it?
Yeah, so downtime is handled by SLAs as everywhere, right? So providers essentially commit to certain uptime. If you don't get this uptime, you get compensation in credits. We're working on it now. So right now, essentially, the way it works is that they incentivized to have the maximum availability because they run proof of capacity, because they run this protocol which sort of would slash them if they don't send proofs, right? But that doesn't give you like a 4 nines or 5 nines. So in order to get 4 nines, there's a sort of probabilistic issues in there with all these proofs. So that's why in order to get at least 4 nines, we essentially just add another layer, which we temporarily call some sort of on-chain SLA, which means that they commit to higher availability. And then you get compensated if they don't give it to you.
Cool. Is there anyone here I can talk to for the proof of reserve? Proof of existence?
Capacity, yeah.
Okay,
you can talk to me or Dmitry is our CTO. He's
Cool.
standing there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, or we have the whole booth here. with a lot of team members. Thanks, Evgeny. I think if you have any other questions to Fluence team, just drop by our booth. We also have some nice T-shirts and everything. And yeah, thanks, Evgeny. Thanks for your talk. Thanks for all the comments. And the next step is the panel discussion on DePIN and AI. We are still waiting for speakers to come. I think we're still waiting for Ben from, no, he's already here. Okay, but we still have a couple of minutes. Let's do like 2 minutes break to prepare, and we are starting. Okay? Yeah, good. Okay, I think we're almost ready to start. We're only missing our moderator. But Mark is here. Hello. Ben is here. Evgeny is here. Henry. I just saw you. Yeah. So yeah, please take your seat. Ben is here as well. And we are starting the first panel discussion on DePIN and AI, redefining the future of intelligent infrastructure. Ben, it's time. Yeah. Yeah, let's give a round of applause to our panelists, and yeah, and we're ready to start. This is for you. Well, yeah, you basically can just take seats according to the pictures. All right.
The worst picture. I don't know why you do this to me.
We try to do
You've done it
the
twice.
picture from our events.
There's a second worst picture.
I know.
I was laughing yesterday.
Next time you send us the best one.
It's working? Okay.
Yes.
Great. I'm Ben, Coindesk. This is Mark from Aether, Evgeny, and Henry, and then Ben Fielding from Gensen. So thanks all for coming. What a good crowd here. Congrats to the organizers. Mark, so just explain who you are and explain Aether.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Mark Radden here, co-founder of Aether. At Aether, we build distributed GPU infrastructure. You can think of us like an AWS or a Google Cloud, except we focus exclusively on GPUs, and we don't own any of the GPUs in our infrastructure. All of the GPUs are provided by our partners, whether they're tech companies or telcos or data centers, and we give them the ability to essentially take their underutilized equipment and then connect it into our infrastructure in a very frictionless way, and then redistribute that infrastructure back out into the market so that it can be matched with this global demand for AI resources.
Kenny?
Hi, Evgeny, co-founder of Fluence. I just had a talk. Same as here, same as Aether, but mostly CPUs and a little bit of GPUs that are coming. So decentralized cloud platform.
Yeah, hi, it's Henry, co-founder and CTO of Open Network. Open Network is an infrastructure that bridges high-performance compute resources like GPUs and CPUs from Aether and Jensen and everyone into the hands of developers, so they can build trustable and verifiable applications such as AI agents.
Hey everyone, Ben from Jensen. We are very low-level machine learning infrastructure. Essentially, we connect up machine learning capable compute hardware, so GPUs, but also CPUs, TPUs, anything that can do machine learning operations, and allow it to be used as essentially one giant cluster. So instead of, as a machine learning engineer or researcher, instead of using a specific data center or a specific cluster to train your AI model, you could use any device in the world or any set of the devices in the world. It could be a load of MacBooks, it could be a data center, it could be multiple data centers, and we handle all of the kind of low-level execution, communication, and verification of the work, so it can be entirely programmatic. Anyone can connect their device to the protocol and start providing compute, and anyone can use the protocol to use any subset of the entire world's compute hardware.
All right, great. So a lot of us are familiar with sort of centralized approaches to AI development. How does DePIN differ from that, and how is the kind of shape of AI development in DePIN different? Mark, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I think the way that you look at developing AI in a centralized manner is generally quite expensive, very resource intensive, and somewhat exclusionary to the majority of builders, right? It's a sort of environment where those with the most resources have the best access to what's necessary to build high-performant AI, right? That's why we see the best AI models existing within just a small number of really, really big tech companies. I think from a decentralized AI approach, certainly through the lens that Aether looks at this challenge, it's about how do we redistribute resources to those builders in a way that we can get comparatively performant products from builders outside of just the big tech companies. So for us, it's very much about looking at the available compute out there, saying where are there pockets of inefficiency that we can then take that compute, use the blockchain, and redistribute it in a trustless manner, such that builders can access that compute in a kind of a seamless manner. I think the unit economics of decentralized compute are quite different as well. Taking compute that wasn't necessarily purchased with a very specific purpose of kind of pumping that into a data center and having a return on investment in kind of a certain number of months. Now you can effectively look at it as, okay, how can I just get some money back? Or how can I not be losing money on this equipment because I've misforecast how much compute I need? So it's really about redistributing access and getting the power back into the hands of people outside of just a couple of big tech companies.
And which sort of aspects of AI is DePIN good for, do you think?
I think from our perspective, probably, I mean, many angles, but maybe two angles to highlight. One is just the scale of AI models in general. Scale has won in machine learning basically every time anybody's kind of bet on it so far, and it still seems to be winning. If you can make your model bigger, then you can have a more performant model. The scaling limits that the centralized world are hitting now, though, are related to weird things like real estate and can you cool a data center of the size required to make something bigger, i.e. like the laws of physics stop you from creating a large enough data center. With decentralization, we can kind of take those limits off and you replace that physical infrastructure with a virtual infrastructure, essentially. You just connect up all the distributed devices and you take off those scaling limits. Your scaling limits then become how many devices can we actually manufacture in the world, which I think gets us to the maximum scale humanity can actually achieve. So scale is one of the huge ones. Second one would be personalization for individuals. So this idea right now that we're all using this small number of centralized models created by a small number of companies, I think that's very rapidly going to change towards personalization of models for everyone. The performance improvements we'll see as actual consumers and users of these models will come from them knowing more about us and tailoring answers and kind of feedback to us personally, but that can only come if you can do the execution of those models locally and you can train them locally. And so consumers have access to some compute power locally, like your devices are reasonably powerful, but if you want a larger model, you then have to use outsourced compute somehow, and you'd be tied into an infrastructure if you were using outsourced compute that just came from one company. It also ties you to that company in terms of bias in their models, etc. If you have a completely open and free market infrastructure, every user can expand the amount of compute they need across that infrastructure without being tied into any one company. So it creates a much better experience for individual users.
I'm sort of interested by DeepSeek because it was known as this kind of Sputnik moment, and everyone thought that AI was this kind of centralized thing with these small number of companies. Does DeepSeek change the conversation around the decentralization of AI, maybe, DePIN? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like DeepSeek is definitely good. Like that it's open sourced from the day one, right? It's a definitely good move and good moment for the whole AI industry, and it sort of like really put people in California at real stress, and I think, but that's only one part of the picture here, right? So we need open source models for sure, but we also would like the infrastructure to be available and transparent and not owned by big clouds, like big corporations, right? So because you need to run this DeepSeek somewhere. Like you can run the smaller model on device, but still like the biggest models you still need to the cloud infra, sort of the somewhere in the cloud for you, like the big machine should still host this model, because essentially like when we talk about integrating these models into consumer products, you cannot cover all the use cases on a device. Like even if this model is open source, even if like it's smaller, even if you download it to device, it's still not enough. You still do some stuff remotely with the server. I'm not sure if I answered the question.
Sounded pretty good to me. What about, what would you say are the main technical challenges of decentralized AI versus centralized model? Do you want to take that, Henry?
Yeah, I think it's about the access to base models, like how DeepSeek is changing the game. Because, well, as a distilled model, it wouldn't exist without like GPTs, like previous large models, and just like how Ben and Evgeny just described how the future of AI is going to be personal and it's going to be local, on-premise, on devices. Without distilled models, it's not possible. So DeepSeek actually enabled this future, like it brings this future one step closer. It shows us that we can still distill small models, although DeepSeek is not that small, but it's possible we can further distill the models from a teacher model like GPT or Llama or any other models and make it specific for a very small use case, like, for example, predict your health condition, and it only has to know your personal medical records on your devices. And it's very possible because the storage is relatively cheap comparing to GPUs. We can have a really large storage devices, like your future iPhone might be 10 terabytes for storage. Then it has like 100 different small distilled models like DeepSeek, and each of them does one specific job. And together you can have all the different tasks processed by your personal devices locally. And also you can have DePIN servers processing those larger requests that's not possible to be processed by your personal devices. And I think how do we solve the interaction between the cloud server that you trust and powerful local distilled model? That's one of the biggest challenges I see.
Anyone else? Ben?
Yeah, I think we think about three main challenges, and we think very specifically about just low-level machine learning operations. But if you're wanting to do machine learning across these distributed devices, you essentially have to solve heterogeneity of compute. So you've got loads of different types of devices that you want to make compatible in some way. So you've got NVIDIA GPUs, which we're probably all familiar with. They're the kind of bottleneck in AI right now. But there's tons of other chips that you could be using, but there's a software stack problem. NVIDIA has a library called CUDA, which is very performant. It's also baked into basically every machine learning library. Other manufacturers don't necessarily have that. And so it makes it harder to use those devices. So if you do connect up a decentralized network of compute, you need to somehow create a compatibility between those NVIDIA devices and all of those other devices. The second one is communication. So you've got weird latency and bandwidth issues if you try and train a machine learning model across like 1,000 people's consumer broadband connections instead of one data center with really fast interconnects inside it and then a really good kind of broadband connection out to the rest of the world. You can solve those issues, but you have to change the way you do machine learning. So it creates kind of higher level issues that you need to change if you're a machine learning engineer or developer. The final issue is verification or trust. So if you do want to connect up devices from everybody here, you can't go and kind of establish trust with everybody here. It's very expensive to do that. You have to sign legal contracts. You have to know who people are. You have to do KYC, etc. It just is puts a huge scaling limit on top of that problem. So you need to solve that programmatically, and that's why kind of blockchain gives us a great solution. It gives us this source of truth by getting everybody in here to agree on something, and that allows us to terminate any disputes between people at a chain, which is fully programmatic, rather than in the courts via legal contracts and things like that. So the real kind of power of DePIN to us is changing all of those, it's solving all of those problems, and it's then creating this programmatic trust layer instead of having to have that human world trust layer, which is just really expensive to scale. Anything that requires a human is far more expensive than something that requires electricity. So if we can replace the human with electricity, i.e. making something programmatic, then we can take off those scaling limits.
I mean, are there any estimates for how many people are contributing to these DePIN networks so far in AI? Do we know?
Honestly, I've got no idea. But I can tell you, for example, just the devices that are within our network that we've sold. For example, we have the Aether Edge device, which is effectively an edge computing device that individuals can own that then operates as a node within our network, suitable for small language model adoption, agent applications. It can host cloud gaming and real-time rendering services, particularly well for mobile devices. And we see an increase in the requirement for edge-based computing over the next kind of couple of years. We've sold around 60,000 of those devices, and that's kind of at a direct-to-distributor relationship as opposed to B2C. We haven't kind of opened the funnel for direct kind of consumer purchasing. But we also, on top of that, have around 80, almost just under 100,000 GPUs that are contributing to our network in over 60 different countries. So I think that DePIN has an incredible use case, right? It's really just about matching that use case with people that are willing to kind of contribute. Also, the great thing about DePIN is it's so easy to understand, right? I feel like of all of the different topics in crypto, explaining to people a DePIN product is the one that kind of clicks the quickest.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that one of the useful exercises here is to compare to Vast AI, which is Web 2 GPU marketplace, and I think they reported a couple of years ago $200 million IRR. I'm not sure where they are now, but essentially you can estimate sort of let's say like an average GPU owner that just casually rents it out from home earns like maybe a few $1,000s per year. So essentially, that's a scale of tens of thousands of people participating in this Web2 marketplace, and imagine with like token incentives how we can scale it in Web3.
What do you think, mate?
I think I'd just add one final piece, which is a lot of the thinking in DePIN right now is that people will very deliberately offer out access to their hardware. So they'll run some software, they'll know that they're receiving a yield in some way, they'll get that in tokens, and they'll very deliberately be participants. I think the real unlock comes when people don't even really know that that's happening. So when you can kind of OEM bundle the DePIN software into the devices, all the user knows is, hey, my MacBook is slightly cheaper now. Like, I don't really know why. I know that I plug it in at night and it does something, but like I have nothing to do with it. And then the cost is 50% lower than it used to be. And there's companies behind the scenes that will provide that experience. There's like DeFi integrations that can exist that kind of pay the upfront cost and then take the yield so that the user pays less. But I think once we get all of that bundling done, that's when it will really scale. But in order to do that, you have to build that really low-level infrastructure. It can't just be the interface where somebody comes in and kind of downloads some software and runs it and knows they're provisioning the network. It needs to be baked into the hardware itself as and when it's shipped. And I think when we do that, we'll see it across so many different devices. It won't just be the high-end GPUs and the MacBooks. It might even be the smart TVs and things like that. I think we're going to have a bit of a race, or we are in a race right now, to the kind of brain in every home. Every big device manufacturer is trying to be the one that gets the very powerful AI device into people's homes to run models for them. And once you do that, you kind of capture that sort of like family as a user base. Those devices are really expensive, so those companies have to convince families to spend $10,000 on this like really powerful TV. It's very hard for them to do that, but there's coming, I think, a kind of iPhone moment for those devices where the iPhone was really successful because you could pay $30 or $50 a month for it instead of having to pay like $1,500 up front. I think the same needs to exist for these devices, and DePIN provides a way that you can do that. If you bundle the low-level software behind the scenes, abstract it from the user, they just know that they plug it in and, hey, it costs this amount of money, I don't really know what it's doing.
So it's going to pay off the high cost of the machinery.
Yes, yeah. It's like a subsidy in the end of the
day. Henry, what do you think about that idea?
Oh, I think that's a brilliant idea, but I think we're still very far away from that. It sounds really good. Instead of streaming ads, we are now selling our idle compute. Like when we are sitting here, our laptops and our phones are not doing anything, so they probably better, be making some yield for us.
Exactly. What about particular kind of sectors, industry sectors, finance, healthcare, gaming, supply chains? What are going to be the main sectors that are going to take advantage of decentralized AI systems? Who wants to take that?
I think first it's just direct-to-consumer AI. That's the kind of tip of the spear for everything. The way we think about it is basically everything will take advantage of AI in some way. It's an enabling technology that can be applied anywhere there is digital data and anywhere that people are doing digital knowledge work. And so that will happen inevitably. If DePIN didn't exist and decentralization didn't exist, it would happen anyway. It would just happen in a centralized way. There'd be loads of issues that we've talked about up here. There'd be like centralized biases, there'd be power accrual, there'd be large costs for the consumer, etc. So we changed that. But I think AI is just inevitable in basically every digital industry at this point. It's in a productization cycle right now. For a long time, it was sitting in kind of research, and then it was in sort of scaling and engineering, and now it's in productization. So people just have to figure out, how can I actually apply this to my problem, and do I have the tools to do it as a semi-non-technical user? And I think we're starting to get those kind of like no-code style tools that will make it actually scale across industries. Because for a while, it's been this thing that you need an expert to actually apply, and then you need to find that expert, put them with the somebody with the industry knowledge, and then sort of combine that. It's very hard to do. It becomes a lot easier once it's productized.
Great. Should we take a couple of questions from the audience? Anyone want to do a question?
So, hello, this is Michelle from EOS Networks. So we are also your DePIN ecosystem customers. So my question is that actually most of the DePIN applications, they want to deploy their applications on the DePIN networks. First question will be raised by the data privacy. So how you can resolve this kind of result? So actually, for example, for Europe, it's GDPR. For the others, actually define, designs, all the project come to me. So Michelle, how you can use a very secure language. Another one is that for the scalability. So actually, you have all the edge nodes, even for the interference, but for the training, you need still big clusters. So how you can use, but for example, actually DeepSeek, right? So they use the data centers to make the training, but when they come to use part of our DePIN networks, I think that actually edge nodes is not so efficient. So we need big clusters, but how we can merge perfectly with skyscrapers, for example, Amazon, Google's. So do we have some propositions? Thanks, first of all, it's Mark. Yeah.
Is that a question?
Yeah, I'll maybe skip the first question because we don't actually really touch the data layer, right? We're the hardware provider, so people just connect directly into the infrastructure, and then they have 100% control of that infrastructure in that box, and the data that's on side is not something that we see, right? So just pretty much how you'd interact with an enterprise cloud provider and meeting their SLAs. But on the kind of scalability side, actually, I've totally forgot the question. Can you tell me the second question one more time?
Yeah, for scalability. So actually, for example, as a DeepSeek, so they use the centralized computing clusters. So today we are engaged the discussion with DePIN, right? So actually we will call it Web3 is also the future. We will merge with Web2 infrastructure. It means that actually, for example, DeepSeek, can they use part of the DePIN as their infrastructures to trainings? Because actually these things are most of the DePIN project, we have edge nodes, but this edge nodes is not strong enough, right? They are still your big clusters to training. So how you can, for example, actually DePIN's most of the nodes come from their end users device lab, everything, how we can make it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to answer this question on in terms of Aether, but then I think Ben will have a really good answer to this too. But for us, I think there's maybe a misnomer when we think about DePIN from a compute perspective. I think many people think DePIN or decentralized compute means only edge compute, and maybe that you also only can do distributed training, right? But actually, in networks like Aether, for example, we have a large number of co-located high-performance compute infrastructure, right? So even though, yes, you could come and utilize Aether to target a hugely distributed amount of compute, not many people have a use case for a large amount of very distributed compute, right? Like you mentioned, you do need co-located equipment that can communicate in real time with adjacent machines to train and get great outcomes or cost-effective outcomes from model training. And within Aether, we have the largest high-performance compute clusters in crypto. We have the massive amount of H100s and H200s. So if you do want effectively a replicant of a centralized compute service, but just in a better, cheaper, more accessible manner, then that's exactly what you come and get from us.
Yeah, I think all I would say on this is centralized clusters are very useful for the specific work we've done in scaling machine learning over the past few years. It's kind of a similar situation to the fact that early on in computing, we all thought supercomputers were going to be the thing that you would run everything on. And quite quickly, we realized, yes, supercomputers are very useful for certain tasks, but distributed computing is very useful for other tasks, and scaling typically goes down a similar line. When you find a task that works in a performant way and you want to make it better, you scale it vertically, which is basically just throwing more resources at it and kind of scaling it in the simplest way possible. So you put all those resources in one place and you just see how big you can make the thing. And that's what machine learning's been doing for the past like 5 years, basically. We're starting to hit the limits of that. But we're also starting to hit that kind of productization and real, true kind of world scaling of these technologies. When that happens, what we do is look at just the history of distributed systems. So the internet scaled in a very kind of fault-tolerant way, a very robust way across many, many, many devices by just doing different techniques to the initial supercomputer scaling that kind of proved that it was possible. And we think machine learning is just going to follow exactly the same path. We scale these models initially just to see what they can do by throwing resources at them. And then once we have real use cases out in the world, we scale them in a kind of horizontal way, distributed across devices. You can also think about that centralized scaling as being potentially just one way of doing it, but you can scale in a horizontal way. You can scale models using mixture of expert systems. You can scale them with communication between individual models where the communication itself is learned between the devices. At the moment, we just assume that every device just sends basically all the information to every other device. And you can think about that as just the most naive way of doing it. It's just like the first thing you would do. But machine learning is very powerful as a technology. If you kind of point its lens at itself and let it learn the way to do the communication, you can actually trim that down massively. And it becomes this like recurrent optimization process where it learns to use the resources it has available to itself. That's where we get really excited, because then the scaling limits are off. You can scale it as much as you want. So yeah, I would just kind of leave people with the centralized scaling is just the tip of the spear. What comes after it is that productization. And if you look at the history of the internet, we went through this before. We started vertical. We ended up scaling horizontally. We think the same thing will happen here.
All right, last question.
So in the DePIN space, I think we hear a lot of the word people. People are providing resources. But what it really sounds like is like centers are providing resources, right? Industrial grade resources aren't normally in like people's houses. So I guess the question is, let's say I have a couple H100s at home. What's my reward generally on like a monthly basis for contributing to DePIN, right? Is that even possible as an individual? Do I have to be a data center? Do I have to have industry grade infrastructure to be able to compute, to provide compute, not from like my edge devices, but from my H100s that I'm just like sitting on not using?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just quickly, one thing maybe, generally DePIN is so cool because it's highly participatory, right? That's what kind of makes DePIN so exciting. But it also creates, in many cases, this artificial sort of ceiling, right? Because it's really difficult to find ways to meaningfully utilize that type of infrastructure in a way that can kind of meet the people and the companies and the organizations that are willing to pay for access to that service, right? So, for example, Aether is an enterprise-grade only DePIN, right? Many people say that we're kind of like an Airbnb for GPUs, but actually we're more like a booking.com, right? Where instead of people's rooms in a home, right, we're aggregating hotel rooms in a hotel, right? So we aggregate, for example, enterprise-only compute. So if you had an H100 at home, it's highly likely that you wouldn't be able to meet the redundancies and the security and the safety requirements of equipment that would tick the boxes for an enterprise service buyer, right? So in that case, we wouldn't be able to onboard your compute into our network. But that's meant that our network kind of scales a little bit more slowly. It's a little bit more difficult to scale our network than it would be if we could just onboard compute. But it does create this great synergy between the compute we have in our network and the compute that's on demand within our kind of customer base. But that's just one approach to DePIN. It's the approach that we took, and it's different to most, I think.
Yeah, actually, just want to add, I think you can just earn roughly $1 per hour per H100 with like 50% utilization rate on average if you go to, at least on the Web2 platforms like Vast AI, because there's actually always shortage of H100s there in particular. On Web3, I think there is a couple of platforms where you also can, on like a DePIN platforms, where you can also publish your H100 at home. But I'm not sure what utilization rate going to be there for your hardware. So you already can do it. It's just not a lot of options for you for now.
Very quickly.
Yeah, I'd just say at the end of the day, it's a market matching problem. So you have a certain value to your H100 at home, which is different to the value of an H100 in a data center with a load of interconnected ones. But somebody else in the world may value that at a certain point. The problem is the matching right now. So there's various front ends where you, like Vast AI, where they will find the customers, and behind the scenes you can list your device. But the market's very, very fragmented. What we focus on is that much lower level layer of just saying, hey, your device is connected up in a standardized way. So is that data center with 1,000 H100s. Somebody else can come from the demand side and define what they're looking for, and you might service their needs. You would probably get a lower price than the person with 1,000 H100s, but to you, that's fine. You have no issue with that. So at the end of the day, there's just this huge kind of like market settlement layer that has to kind of close out. We focus on making it completely standardized at the software layer, and then there can be front ends on top which offer out the like enterprise grade access to hardware. There'll be other front ends which maybe look a bit like Google Colab, where they're designed to be on kind of less fault-tolerant hardware, less reliable hardware, but they're lower cost, and maybe students use those. But we're very early in this market, essentially. We need more people to build those front ends so that the demand will come to the decentralized hardware.
Okay, we've got to wrap it up. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think we're going to have 5 minutes break, and we're going back to the keynotes. There's like a lot of great talks and panel discussion will happening soon. Stay tuned and don't actually go far away. We're about to start. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think the short break has already finished. I know it's a lot of questions to our DePIN and AI panel participants, but we have to move forward. Yeah, we need to go next to Helium, to keynote by Helium. Yeah, Sam Lewis is here. Please come to the stage. We're gonna do a quick test. Yeah. A robot by Aoki make a lot of hype here. Can he? Okay. Oh, nice. Can he actually have a seat? No. No? He's not good at sitting. But he's okay to stand the whole talk, right?
All right. So my name is Sam Lewis. I'm head of capital programs at the Helium Foundation. And at Helium, we believe that everybody has the right to build and own different wireless networks. So for those of you that don't know, we have two different networks. We started with our IoT network about 4 or 5 years ago. It is still, I believe, the largest contiguous wireless network in the world for IoT, around 300,000 hotspots. And the IoT network is aimed at connecting machines, sensors. Great use cases include things that need long battery life, long range, things like that. And more recently, the mobile network, with the end customer being everybody with a cell phone. So decentralized mobile network. So we're going to talk about both. I do want to start with the Helium mobile network first. So what is the Helium mobile network? It's the world's largest decentralized Wi-Fi offload infrastructure. That's a mouthful. What it really means is that any deployer or individual can set up their own mini cell tower, whether it's inside or outside. And by building that, our community can build targeted carrier-grade coverage anywhere in the world. And I'll get into a little bit more about how we're doing. We already have offload for 2 of the major MNOs in the United States, as well as various MVNOs, excuse me. You can think of MNOs, for those who don't know, like the biggest carriers that you would have in your country. MVNOs buy data from them at a wholesale rate and have more of an end relationship with the customer. And then we'll have really exciting news to touch on that came out yesterday about a major carrier in Mexico and how that relationship with Helium is proceeding. And we're always looking to expand globally into more markets. So US and Mexico for now, but we would love to have a carrier in Hong Kong. We would love to have a carrier in Japan. If you want to be involved in getting that started, please let me know. So again, I said that we have a bunch of major MNOs in the US and MVNOs offloading onto Helium. Why do they care about that, right? And the reason is, if you've ever been to like a high density indoor area, could be somewhere like this, could be an airport, could be an indoor bar, downstairs bar. Sometimes you notice that the service isn't very good. And for these MNOs, it's very difficult for them to, as a centralized entity, send a deployer out to every single one of these places, spend money with the hosts. So they don't really have the capacity to do this in the way that we can. It's also, for MVNOs, you could think, like Helium Mobile, which I'll talk about in a second, or Boost Mobile, Mint Mobile in the US, these types of carriers. They buy data wholesale from, the AT&Ts, the Verizons of the world, and if they're offloading onto our infrastructure instead, they get a cheaper data rate. So it's very attractive for them to find alternative sources of infrastructure to connect to. And there's zero CapEx. So you can see, just want to give you a couple pictures. Today we have indoor and outdoor Helium hotspots. You literally can deploy them on the wall. They're very cool, fun looking. And both indoor and outdoor version. So how's it going? If you ever want to look at any of the network data, you can go to world.helium.com. It's our new really cool website and visualization mechanism to show where we have coverage around the world. You can see we have 60,000 total mobile hotspots now. And that big growth curve that you saw recently was a new innovation we had where if you don't want to buy Helium hardware to provide connectivity, you can actually refigure certain Wi-Fi access points with no hardware and start earning tokens in exchange for building mobile coverage. So again, the way the incentive mechanism works is if you put up a hotspot, you earn just for providing coverage to sort of try and solve that chicken and the egg problem. And you also earn if any of these big mobile operators is sending data through your hotspot. Almost 400,000 users per day via offload in the US, and over 20 terabytes of data on a daily basis. And it's really cool. You can even toggle on and see a real-world representation of where data is being transmitted the most. So it's always awesome to go on the Explorer and see the various different places that this is happening. Community centers, fast food chains, sports arenas, airports, all sorts of different use cases. But what's also exciting is that this infrastructure isn't just for helping out the previous incumbents to offload more data. It enables new novel use cases. So this is Helium Mobile, an MVNO started by Nova Labs, who's an operating company who works in the Helium ecosystem. They just, a couple weeks ago, launched a free cell phone plan in the US. It is literally free. Our goal in the Helium ecosystem is to make your lives touched by crypto, but not have to care about crypto. It's a free cell phone plan. Shouldn't take much more than that to switch, right? Yes. There's also 2 other tiers of plans. I actually have it in my pocket if anyone wants to see later. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit more about the Movistar case study. So Telefonica has a brand called Movistar. It's the 3rd largest carrier in Mexico with approximately 22 million subs pre and post-paid. Movistar engaged with Nova Labs to test Wi-Fi offload in several geographies and expand their coverage. In 60 days during that pilot, Nova Labs was able, and the community, not Nova Labs, but the deployer community was able to put up 300 hotspots in a bunch of areas, and then Movistar ran a test where they had some of their, small number of their subscribers use the infrastructure instead of the legacy infrastructure they had used. And you can see here, it was very cool. In that Explorer I just showed you, Movistar and Nova Labs worked together to put on sort of these boosted areas to let deployers know, hey, here's where we want coverage. And in blue, you can see all the local deployers went out, got some hotspots, put up outdoor hotspots, and basically filled the entire areas. And so the case study ended up being really incredible. So for Telefonica and Movistar, almost half a gigabyte of average daily offload per subscriber per day, almost an hour of connected time, so 1/24 of the entire day was spent on Helium infrastructure, and 4.8 daily hotspots served per subscriber. And I should have updated the slide at the bottom that said soon this pilot will get extended, because actually in the US and Mexico yesterday, we had a huge announcement that due to the success of the pilot, Movistar is going to connect over 2 million subscribers just to start rolling and roaming onto Helium infrastructure. So it's a huge deal for us. You know, I've long believed that DePIN protocols would be the first to touch 100 million real users, not bots that are doing yield farming. And this is a step in the right direction. So, you know, we got 500,000 on Helium Mobile and in the US. Now we add 2 million here. And I think these are the types of case studies at the enterprise level that we need to be able to show. I know this, like 2.5 years of work went in from the Nova Labs team on this relationship, and hopefully we can continue to cut that time down. And then I'd be remiss without ending without talking about the IoT network as well. So again, we've had some amazing things happen on the IoT side. 100 different organizations, 2.5 million data packets are sent daily over the Helium network. So you can think of sensors like, use cases like waste management, right? Making sure when trash cans are full, when they need to be emptied, flood detection, huge use cases around asset tracking and agriculture. And so it's been really amazing. I mean, there's 300,000 hotspots providing coverage all over the world. Right now, if you were to permissionlessly open a sensor, probably in Hong Kong, you would have connectivity on the spot. And you could see IoT in many ways has the most exciting use cases to me. So we have a company named Green Metrics that is working with the city of Portugal on flood detection. So they have a bunch of flood detection sensors all over the place. On the right, actually, unfortunately, there were the huge LA wildfires, if you saw them recently in the news. One day, the park rangers were trying to control the fires, and it turned out some company I had never even heard of called Torch Sensors was just out there with Helium IoT connected wildfire smoke detectors, and they just started giving them to the park rangers. So we're now in contact with them, but it's just so cool to see these use cases pop up out of nowhere. And then we also love the concept of interoperability in the real physical world in the DePIN space. So if you're familiar, there's a company called Demo. They're doing decentralized mobility services, connecting cars on chain. And one of their devices that you plug in actually runs on the Helium IoT network. So they were able to get a cheaper data uplink and downlink cost than going with a traditional NB IoT character. So we're a carrier, excuse me. So we're always looking to do more stuff with other projects in the DePIN space, whether that's co-location on the supply side or real physical integrations on the demand side. The man you're going to hear from next. I talk about the wireless mobile network in terms of connecting 7 billion, 8 billion phones around the world, but our target customer might be, in the future, might be standing right there. So robots are going to need connectivity too, something to think about. So again, if you want to take a screenshot to get involved in Mexico, I think what makes that really exciting for deployers is you don't have to be uncertain about the fact that demand is going to be flowing through these radios in the 300 locations or so that they're providing us. You put a radio up, you'll earn for having it up there, and you can bet that millions of subscribers are going to connect to it. And then, yeah, just follow us along. We have an amazing community all across the world, and whether you're just interested, whether you want to deploy, whether you want to learn about having better connectivity, yeah, please follow along. Thank you. I don't know if anybody has a question or not. Happy to answer if they do. Yes?
How large is your largest contiguous area of coverage?
I don't know I'd have to check on it. It's on the Explorer, but for IoT, probably in the US. There's just so much density from when the rollout started during the supply chain issues of the COVID years, yeah.
What is manufacturing, process? Can you share a little bit about your supply chain?
Sorry, what'd you say?
I mean, the supply chain, hardware manufacturing, all this kind of the thing, because DePIN, we have the manufacture is a hard task, right?
Yeah.
And you have to actually control your supply chain.
Yeah.
There's different locations, different kind of status you have to fill in. So
yeah, so distribution and manufacturing.
It's a huge task, right?
Yeah, one of the nice things when Helium first started the mobile network, we thought that we were going to proceed with a technology called CBRS, which was basically a type of connectivity, a licensed radio frequency band that became available for public use, and that was a much more complicated manufacturing process. That turned out not to be the direction we went in. Because these are Wi-Fi offload radios, the supply chain is pretty figured out. I mean, Wi-Fi routers are some of the most commonly manufactured access points or connectivity modules in the world. Going once, yes?
Sorry, I was hoping you could talk a bit more about the free mobile plan. Like, is that
yeah, you're probably wondering what's the catch.
Yeah, can you offer it as a white label for people that buy the nodes, or how exactly does that work?
Yeah, so I don't want to talk on behalf of Nova Labs, who's the entity that actually produces and sells the cell phone plan, since I'm at the foundation. But my sense is, so one of the benefits of the Helium mobile cell phone plan for people that are interested in it is the one thing that they ask you for is anonymized location data. Why do they want that? Not because they want to sell it, not for any nefarious reason, just because they want to know where on that heat map, that world map I showed you, there's a lot of foot traffic, because that then informs them where more hotspots should be put up, right? Where they should be. And so the reason I'm saying that is originally with the Helium mobile cell phone plan, you would get tokens as a customer of the cell phone plan in exchange for providing that anonymized data. My assumption is, and I'm not sure, is that maybe for the free plan, you no longer get those tokens, and maybe they're keeping those tokens at Nova Labs, but I'm not positive on that, so don't hold me to that. Yep. Yes.
Thank you. It's clear that your token had a play on the distribution of these incentivization of this network. What do you think the value capture will be in the future for the Helium token?
Yeah, so the way it works is burn and mint equilibrium. in order to use the network as an MNO, an MVNO, anybody who wants to use the network has to burn HNT in exchange for data credits. And a data credit is just a stable unit of dollars. You can think of it like an AWS credit so that any user of the network doesn't have to deal with volatility. So in theory, the more data throughput that goes through the network, the more HNT is being burned and removed from the supply. And obviously, like any other tokenomics, you could have a whole talk on this, but the general flow is pretty simple. Yes.
Hi, I'm Ruben from Nexus, Mexico. We
awesome.
are deployers of IoT network, and now we're deploying for the mobile.
There you go. That's awesome.
Do you have plans to expand to other countries after Mexico?
I mean, as I said, the hope is to be ubiquitous, right? I think that's one of the coolest things about sort of the business model is, a lot of MNOs or MVNOs, the actual carriers operate in certain geographies, but we can be totally ubiquitous on this. So we would love, as I said, I meant it when I said, if you think there's an interesting carrier or geography where you can help us expand, like we'd love to do so. Yeah, we'll talk. Yes, exactly. But yeah, so nothing to announce in terms of new locations, but certainly I think having this Telefonica, Movistar use case sort of validates things and should make it easier going forward.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions? I think we have 2 more minutes. Okay, so Sam is here anyway, right? So
I am.
Yeah, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. Thank you so much. That was a fire. Awesome. And the next one is Neil from Aoki. Are you ready? Yeah. So get ready for another fire presentation, I believe. Can we have a slides? And can we have a quick test? And yeah.
Is it okay if I just use my voice and walk around and not stand here? Or
Do you want to
take that one? Cool. Hey, everyone. Do we have slides? Okay. So I am going to give a talk about DePIN in general. I call it Satoshi's legacy because I believe in the fullness of time, what Satoshi will be remembered for in the history books 100 years from now is not necessarily the invention of Bitcoin, but the decentralization movement that spawned, and how that ultimately led to the decentralized nervous system of AI. This is where I think DePIN is headed. So let's talk a little bit about that. How can DePIN give AI a sense of space? Now, you may have noticed that we are in Hong Kong today. What you may not know is Hong Kong is just this little part down here of this much bigger area here. That's the Greater Bay Area. The Greater Bay Area is home to 85 million people today in an area smaller than Greater Los Angeles, right? 85 million people in an area smaller than Greater Los Angeles. It's the world's biggest city in all but name. It's just not technically classified as one city, but seen from space, you can see that it is. And this is kind of what it looks like from space. Hong Kong is even like kind of out of frame. You are here right now, right? All of this big area here is the Greater Bay Area. And in the Greater Bay Area, there are more skyscrapers, tall high-rise buildings, than in all of North America and all of Europe combined. And this leads to a couple of interesting problems. If we look at a city like New York, New York has over 900 buildings taller than 100 meters. It is the biggest city in the West. But I'm going to make a controversial claim and say that by the standards of this century, this doesn't even qualify as a big city. There are no big cities in the West. Just here in Hong Kong, that little corner of the map, there are over 4,000 high-rises taller than 100 meters. And this poses a very serious issue for navigation. For those of you that are not familiar with Hong Kong, you may have had a pretty tough time finding your way around. The reason why is GPS is actually a line of sight technology, meaning that if you don't have a clear path to the sky, GPS is going to do very, very poorly. And even when you do, height-wise precision is very poor. Of course, there are amazing deeping projects like GeoNet, who are also here today, that help extend the precision of GPS through real-time kinematics in outdoor spaces. But GPS does not work indoors, will never work indoors. Fuck you, it's not happening, right? And this is a problem because 70% of the world economy is still tied to physical locations and physical labor, and things like AI can only act on digital information, so they're going to be completely unable to help us with the majority of human productivity until we teach them to navigate the physical world, and the GPS is not going to cut it. So what comes after the GPS? We believe that robots like this guy, but also the robot you have in your pocket, because actually an iPhone and an Android is also capable of spatial computing. If you ever engage in augmented reality, it's running very, very similar software to what the robot uses to walk around. They need to perceive the physical world, but robots like this one or this one have a very limited sensor array. This guy here has a depth camera looking down at the floor and a little LiDAR, but he can't see very well. He doesn't know where the bathroom is. He's not going to be able to help you. So what we believe is that robot perception is limited to its sensors. That's inherently limiting, not good. And what's going to need to happen is that AIs will need to collaborate to understand the physical world. Meaning that once this robot has been here and mapped it, the next robot should be able to access that map. Spatial computing is the art of teaching digital things to understand the physical world. It's everything from robots to augmented reality on your phone to Apple's spatial computer. In fact, I think it's important that Apple called the Apple Vision Pro a spatial computer and not a headset, because Apple is trying to teach you something. What they're trying to teach you is just as, actually Tim Cook said, just as the Macintosh showed us what a personal computer is, and the iPhone showed us what a mobile computer is, the Apple Vision Pro will introduce us to spatial computers. Spatial computers are not headsets. They are computers that understand the physical world. And that's what's so interesting about the Apple Vision Pro. But the Apple Vision Pro is very big. It's very heavy. And why is that? Well, it's because it has all of these sensors, and it has to do an incredible amount of computation, because we've known since the 80s that it's comparatively easy, computation-wise, to teach an AI to be really good at chess, but incredibly difficult to teach an AI to crack an egg. Spatial computing is very, very compute-intensive. But we believe that collaborative spatial computing will unlock smaller form factors. If you catch me after the talk, I can show you a demo of this, of how you can actually offload compute from the devices and have the compute happen hyper-locally on the edge, and that way get a smaller AR form factor. How does all this tie together? I believe that the world economy will more than 10x within the next 2 decades. If that sounds crazy, you should note that it has actually more than 3x'd in the past 2 decades. So you only have to believe that growth is going to be 3 times faster in the age of AI and the internet. And a lot of this economy is going to be dominated by the 100 billion new decision makers that we will have with AI. A lot of them will be the kind of agentic AIs that people are already playing around with, but also the kind of agentic AIs that will perform work in the physical world, and agentic AIs that drive self-driving cars, etc. And this means that blockchain has its work cut out for it, because we're going to need something like 10 to 100 million transactions per second to feed all of these different agents. That's going to be a challenge. But AI will need to be able to exchange value at computer speeds. This was an idea that I first encountered in 2014 when Naval Ravikant put out a blog post that he called the fifth protocol, where he argued that there's a piece of the internet that is missing. He asked us to imagine a future world where self-driving cars can coordinate with each other and negotiate things like lane merges. And he imagined that something like Bitcoin back in 2014 would allow digital devices to autonomously negotiate with each other and do not even micro but nano transactions. Naval has since taken that article down. I'm not sure why, maybe because it was a little bit too heavy on the Bitcoin. But I think he was right. Like, AI will need native internet money, but it will also need to collaboratively perceive the world. So there's another protocol that is missing. The internet needs a universal spatial computing protocol. Let me explain why, using Naval's example. So I used to live in Beijing for 7 years. Beijing is a big city. In fact, there are more cars on the road in Beijing than there are people in Los Angeles, just for scale. And the average commute in Beijing by car is 2 hours. So if you do a quick back of the napkin calculation, you find that roughly the time it took to build the pyramids are lost in Beijing traffic every single week. Kind of nuts. Now, if we want to imagine that in the future, self-driving cars will fix this, we won't even need red lights anymore. All the cars will coordinate with each other. Traffic will flow smoothly at 150 kilometers an hour at all times. That can only work if the cars can communicate with each other about where they are in space precisely, how fast they're moving through space precisely, and the GPS is not going to let them do that. So, for the glorious sci-fi future that we all want, to get back a pyramid's worth of human productivity every single week, we need a sixth protocol. And this is where I think DePIN will play a very big role. So what comes after the GPS? I believe what comes after the GPS are decentralized physical infrastructure networks, civilization-scale infrastructure, funded, owned, and operated by the people. Of course, Helium are the OGs here that have proven just how incredibly fast you can deploy civilization-scale infrastructure. And I believe that what DePIN will ultimately culminate in is a decentralized machine perception network. A decentralized machine perception network that will allow your self-driving car to, in real time, share data with other self-driving cars about what they see, what they're experiencing, what's on the road. So as you're about to turn a corner, you can ask the car that went before you, is anyone crossing the street? Do I need to slow down? This kind of information needs to be able to be traded in real time through a decentralized machine perception network. This is what we've been trying to build since 2021. Our protocol is live now. It's called a postmesh. You can build on it today. And we've enabled a couple of amazing real-life use cases for especially augmented reality, but also increasingly for robotics. We are building what we think of as an external sense of space, so that your devices, whether they be AR glasses or your phone or your robot or your car or your drone, when they arrive somewhere new, they can authenticate into that new place and receive essentially a robot map of that place that they can also contribute to. This external sense of space has allowed us to build out products that are today helping retailers run more smoothly, helping blind people find their way around, and very soon will help Terry here show you where the bathroom is. If you're interested in what we're doing, please check out auki.ai/whitepaper. We'll be here all afternoon if you want to chat about decentralized machine perception. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, and the next step is the panel discussion, and I think we're going to have a 10-minute break before it. So yeah, grab some coffee, grab some water, and go back to this room in 10 minutes. All right, I think we are ready to continue, and I think we're right in time. We do not delay, we do not move our agenda, which I'm super happy about. Okay. Vadim is here, Zoe is here. I think I miss Brian, but if Brian can hear us, please. Ah, okay. Thanks. All right, I think you can just sit here. Neil, this is your place. Okay, we're going to discuss the next generation of decentralized infrastructure, a lot of real working DePIN projects that you probably know. He's joining our panel. It should be fascinating. Vadim is representing MPost, our general media partners at the event, so feel free to connect with them.
Wait.
Yeah? Okay,
Right.
I think we're ready
Thank
to
you,
start.
Nadezhda. Hey, everyone. Hey, Hong Kong. How are you doing, guys? Give some applause to our beautiful guests today. Hello, hello, hello. Perfect. All right. So yeah, let's start. DePIN, very interesting topic, and we have beautiful guests today. Hey, Brian, he also joined last minute. Yeah, nice to meet you. So good to have you here as well. So we started with the simple things as usual. So I introduce myself. My name is Vadim. I'm founder of Cryptomeria Capital. We are VC, early stage VC. And at the same time, around it, we do have our media company, media group, includes Hack Seasons Conference, including Metaverse Post as the news publisher, and Popcorn Today is a very interesting news channel in Telegram with more than 5 million subscribers. So we are happy to be here. 你好, 大家, for my Chinese friends here. So yeah, and we start with very simple things. Here we start with introduction, self-introduction, just a couple words about you guys, some highlights. So let's start with this. Okay, Brian, we start with you.
Hello everyone, I'm Brian. I'm from the DePIN DAO. DePIN DAO is a decentralized organization that powers that DePIN ecosystem, integrate Web3 service, and drives global growth. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Neil. I'm the CEO of Dawn. We're building a protocol for providing decentralized broadband. So everyone's probably familiar with Helium. They're doing decentralized mobile service. We are doing decentralized home and business internet.
Hi everyone, this is Zoe, head of community at GeoNet. GeoNet is the world's largest decentralized RTT network for precise navigation. We provide centimeter-level precision for robots, AI agents, autonomous systems to navigate the world precisely and reliably. We have a global miner of satellite miners who operate our stations, contribute data, and earn our token. Our friend Noel has just provided very good presentation about the next generation GPS. So we are the next generation GPS RTK. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Dirk. I'm from Kudis. I'm the co-founder of Kudis. So Kudis is the leading crypto consumer wearable launched on Solana. Essentially, we're trying to decentralize the wellness data layer, where we're giving back users their data and not only the ownership, but also the monetization potential of their wellness data.
Perfect. All right, guys. So thank you so much for self-introduction. And let's talk about the first thing. DePIN has been a while in the space, and physical infrastructure is something which is really like some of it you can touch, right? It's not like something in the air. So it's definitely interesting. It's been here, and we have beautiful presentations here before our panels, which is also showing the huge potential for all of this. But I'm 100% sure that with your business, with what you do in DePIN, you've made a lot of challenges. So let's talk about these, what kind of challenges you meet, and what kind of like a problem you try to solve to scale your business, to succeed in what are you guys doing. And yeah, so let's go one by one. Again, start from Brian.
I think scalability is the biggest challenges about our DePIN, because the traditional system expand easily, but the DePIN spreads the data across location, making management is hard. Also, it's the only way to prevent hackers and data losses. So I think that also the security matters too, with the data anywhere, strong impression, seamless connection is a key about the DePIN. Thank you.
Yeah, I think most DePINs kind of have to have this balance between token incentives for actually getting like operators and folks tapped into it, but then managing kind of where the demand side really comes from. I think kind of on our network, I feel a little bit lucky because we're selling people essentially home internet, right? Everybody has a home internet. So on the demand side and the supply side, there's actually a good level of overlap. But as you kind of look at some other projects, you're really incentivizing retail to just be kind of like an operator. And then you have to go to like bigger enterprises and convince them to buy and get adopted on your system. And I think that kind of disparity between who your user base is kind of is a level of friction point that DePIN will have to eventually overcome. So I think by being able to focus essentially on making sure that retail can both participate on the demand and the supply side is probably going to be one of the very important hacks that DePIN projects are going to need to be able to get to a bigger level of success.
Well, for GeoNet, we have very strong supply and demand side. So we are now the largest RTK network in the world, and we have customers in agriculture, drone, and even DePIN project use our precise navigation data for 3D mapping. And we're also exploring Web3 gaming based on precise location with animal car brands. So I'd say our demand side is strong. But for us, to grow as we expand and grow our network, we face two folds of challenges. The first one is knowledge barrier. So not everyone understands blockchain, let alone DePIN or NFT. So these concepts we need to really communicate with the mass population with simple language. So we're working on many educational content on it. Another layer of challenge is really the existing Web2 infrastructure. So the infrastructure in some regions like South Africa, South America and Africa is just not ready because our network requires internet connectivity and power supply. And in those areas, it just does not have that capability to deliver the data quality that we desire. Yeah, that's why this year really put a lot of focus on setting industry standards on RTK networks and reliability and quality by working closely with our community members. Yeah.
Well, I would say for DePIN projects, it's a lot different from other crypto projects. Well, it's heavy investment initially. So the first challenge, of course, everybody's going to face is that the funding, right? If you're dealing with hardware, if you're dealing with manufacture, if you're dealing with infrastructure, you got to have money. So that would be like the first challenge is to convince investors in terms of fundraising. And the second thing is that if you're doing with hardwares, in our case, it's like we're dealing with consumers, right? So you got to have customer support. You got to have logistics. These are never handled by any crypto projects. So it's so as crypto founders, it's kind of new to us to actually trying to address the needs of different clients, different consumers. And then another thing that comes with the heavy investment side is that it's a little bit harder for DePIN project to follow the trend, to follow new narratives. You just gotta stick with what you do initially, right? Whenever so this year, like initially, the beginning of 2024, there's this huge DePIN wave, but then towards the end, it's more like AI, DeSci. But again, not every project can actually follow that narrative. You just gotta stick with what you do. So here are some of the things, that we face in the past.
Right. I think, challenges with the narratives is all we got here, not only DePIN projects because of meme coins and everything which is happening, because you mentioned only fundamental projects like a DeSci or something, but we do have a lot of speculation on the market and narratives are changing sometimes I feel it like every day, not even like every half year or every month. But yeah, of course, I mean, DePIN you guys, I think Dirk especially mentioned a very important thing that like, it's a heavy funded project. You need to prepare first, prepare the technology, convince a lot of people around, to move forward. But at the same time, like, it's kind of crucial for, long-term, vision and long-term products that you guys building. So my next question will be about the decentralized storage. So I've seen a lot of statistics that decentralized storage is actually much more effective and cheaper if you compare with the traditional, we say like a Web 2 centralized storages like Google Clouds or AWS, whatever. Not all of them, of course, but like, some of them really like cheaper, and I think it's even safer, right? Because like, basically because centralized company has access to every single like, file that you store there. So how decentralized storage helps in your business, guys? So is it really help to increase the efficiency or somehow help in your business? So yeah, let's start. You want to start first?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, in our scenario, we are building a very large-scale wireless network, and so you have just a crap ton of telemetry that you need to kind of process and put that into a time series format. And so I think, we are building on the Solana ecosystem, and there is no kind of, de facto way to do storage on Solana. So we've been excited to work with kind of Filecoin and those types of solutions. I think if you want to scale, you definitely need a decentralized storage layer for this. The challenge is that there's not really kind of like a good way to actually do this at the protocol level, right? If you're trying to feed in your protocol's way of capturing storage in a non-centralized fashion, you're kind of in an uncharted territory, right? I mean, in our scenario, you can imagine every single node has to generate, spectrum information, timing information. Like, there's just a lot of crap that has to get stored into it. And then how that can actually be rendered and be made useful for the underlying project is like a big area of open kind of research, I think. Like, these sort of complex decentralized data pipelines. But I think the benefit is actually very much so worth it, because I think we're going to see kind of more hyper-converged infrastructure where like everybody's devices, like it doesn't matter whether it's GeoNet or Dawn or whatever that is going to have like maybe a couple gigs, maybe even a terabyte of storage that can actually be used for this. So a lot of the costs are going to be amortized by the core protocol, but then you're going to have this extra latent resource that you can use on a broader scheme. And there is no kind of like standardized way about going about doing this. So I think we're kind of in uncharted waters for something that is very much so needed in an industry like DePIN, which is going to be very reliant on data and telemetry to make sure you can reconfigure whatever the state is of your network to better serve your users.
Interesting. Okay, so Zoe, what do you think about that?
I'll speak of real-time data processing capability, because if we want to, for GeoNet, we provide three-dimensional geospatial data for robots, autonomous systems to navigate the world. And if you want to know where you are, you want to know it immediately. So having a decentralized data storage solution really helps. Helps us to address data latency. So RTK delivers the centimeter accurate positioning data within 1 to 2 seconds. And because of that decentralized storage in local clusters, we are able to provide that faster speed data processing and deliver that accuracy to our end customers.
Right, so still war for the latency is very important.
Like latency, retrieval times, I mean, everything Zoe said I think is very on point here. And I think the kind of interesting challenge that we have to face in DePIN is like Web 2 is just way further ahead in terms of how they actually deal with all of the data pipelines for storage. Like if you spend any time in DevOps and you look at like HashiCorp's types of solutions, and you look at everything from like Prometheus and Thanos, Grafana, you have all of these kind of massive data pipelines that are used for extracting information and loading it. Like it doesn't matter whether it's real-time information. And I think DePIN just doesn't have that part figured out yet.
Right. Dirk, Brian, do you have anything to add here?
The other guys say something is more. I think one sentence. I just decentralize the storage, make our life more safer and cheaper and more independent about the traditional ecosystem. Yeah.
So in our case, if if you really want the users to own and potentially monetize their data, it got to come with decentralized storage, right? Because otherwise, the data is stored in a centralized server. They actually don't own it. It's the Web 2 model. But again, there comes a lot of complications where if you are allowing different people to sync up data from different sources, then you gotta introduce another layer of data cleaning, data custody, in order for that data to be valuable to the ecosystem. So again, that's something we've been working on right now, and yeah.
Right. So my next question is very logic here. What role does geospatial and real-time data plays in DePIN evolution? So how do you think like in that way? So is it really crucial, or?
I mean, I can take, on my side, obviously GeoNet has a lot to be able to say about this, but, in our scenario, when we are trying to essentially bring all wireless communication on-chain, an important part of wireless is knowing where the actual access point is or the node that you're connecting to. So I'd say it's absolutely crucial. And in our scenario, in Dawn, when we incentivize people to deploy nodes, the protocol rewards you proportional to how many households you're actually providing coverage to. And so the only way to really be able to know where to tap into and then how to emit rewards proportional to the value of the supply you're bringing on chain ultimately comes down to location. And so that's why I'd say, protocols like GeoNet are going to be absolutely integral for all DePIN going forward. And I know it's absolutely integral for us at Dawn.
Yeah, could you repeat your question, please?
The question, real-time data, geospatial, how does things really help to evolve the DePIN?
Sure.
How important it is?
Yeah. So personally, I really see a future where the decentralized physical infrastructure power everything in the world, including AI agents, robots, and devices, applications. So for those applications, those sensors to communicate and interact with each other, with the physical world, they are going to need a geospatial context. GeoNet provide that geospatial context with our 3D geodimensional data. So that data will provide centimeter level accuracy, and it will provide those applications with deep geosituational awareness, so they know where they are from X, Y, Z, three-dimensional perspectives. In addition to that, I think the centimeter accurate positioning network will enable those agents, devices, to make precise decision in the physical environment where they behave or interact with each other. So this level of accuracy will going to help those applications to build maps like their memories, so they know where and how to execute their tasks. They can make smart and precise decision making. Yeah, I think that's the two most important perspectives from our side.
Right.
Yeah, I think it totally comes down to your business model, right? If you're doing what like GeoNet does, or if you're doing something like Hive Mappers does, you're trying to map the world, then maybe real-time data is important. But if you are also like for something like SkyX, for example, if you're mapping the global weather, then it might be important. But in other cases, for example, in our cases, it's more towards data contribution to general studies, that powers up studies agents. Then I don't think real data is that important.
All right, it's interesting because now we can like think about how exactly, or you guys please emphasize about it, how these main components of your project, like blockchain and data storage and data, how it interact within your product, and what's the main component and like how it works?
I mean, I can take this one. I mean, and this is, I kind of pitch this all the time. So the way that I think about it is we use kind of Solana as like a data consensus layer. So that's kind of the first piece where you need to agree on what is the physical state of the network or what ought to be the state of the network. After, on top of that, we essentially have a proof layer. And that proof layer is one that actually validates the underlying parameters that are on your network. So in our case, like, we need to be able to validate the speed that users are getting, the frequency, and then the location of where they are. So kind of bandwidth, frequency, and location are the three major things that we need to prove on top of that based on the layer of what happens on Solana underneath. And then the top layer is actually the intelligence layer. So based on kind of this data pipeline and this telemetry, how do you go about reconfiguring the state of the network in a feedback loop type mechanism to improve that? So say, hey, I can get better latency if my path goes from here to there instead of from there to here. And I think that is kind of like a very prototypical example of how I would architect any kind of DePIN protocol. It's like data consensus, proof, and then reorganization of the underlying topology. And so that kind of is, like, I'd say the core of what our stack is.
All right.
So what was the question again?
Yeah, the question, how different components of your project, like blockchain, data storage, and real-time data processing, how they works inside your project?
Well, I think for most of the DePIN project, especially our project here, we only use blockchain as a tool that well, number one, again, it's a decentralized storage. Number two is incentivizing community, right? Well, so for us, because we do have hardwares, we do have softwares, we do have this data engine where we're asking people to to integrate their wellness data into the system. The only way, again, I've been repeating myself, the only way we're able to incentivize people and have them own their data and provide a way for them to monetize from their data every time the data is used would be through blockchain. And it's transparent, it's immediate, but that's the only way that it happens. And also, if you're trying to share this data with third parties, right? If, for example, once we accrue these very, very valuable wellness data from our clients, from the ring users, other wearable users, then if we want to share this with third-party institutions like research companies, medical companies, then the best way would still be through blockchain and not from your server. Otherwise, it's not that transparent on how those data are used.
Right, like using fully homomorphic encryption or zero knowledge proofs to share this information is definitely crucial. Brian, what do you think about that?
How to say? Just I think the infrastructure and the blockchain networks, and I think the work together to store the process and secure data is very important. And blockchain is slow, and the system must connect and running them, so can cost money. Yeah.
I'd like to expand my response to the broader DePIN ecosystem. So to build on my response to the last question, I think the DePIN networks, different protocols are providing or building an infrastructure for many things to work together. And from consumer or product perspective, how do we wrap those different protocols and layers together and present a very beautiful product to end consumers? And that's the question, I think. So, for example, the Helium Wi-Fi, GeoNet's high precision navigation data, have mappers map and 3D data and other DePIN networks solutions. How do we wrap those things together and present a product for consumers who don't know anything about blockchain, about DePIN, and they can use those products intuitively without or with minimum friction barriers? that requires a lot of efforts in terms of interoperability, UI, UX design, and also unified data collection standards and standards programming language. Personally, I haven't seen such a MVP product in the DePIN system, but at GeoNet, we're really focused on making super consumer-friendly AI robots that is going to be powered by DePIN networks. And we're very open to collaborate with the other DePIN projects, the wider Web3 ecosystem partners to explore those standards and set up the standards for a better infrastructure network for the future.
Yeah, and what Zoe said, remind me, I forgot to mention. I think what she said about kind of like the UX layer is obviously super important. And so I think any kind of crypto project, and I kind of point to DePIN in particular here, that has the ability to appeal to larger audiences, everything really comes down to the SDK that you're using to actually present the front end information. So like we have used both magic.link and Privy, and I think like those two projects are going to be some of the most important projects in crypto and DePIN, just because they kind of define the standards for how consumers interact with everything token and non-token related, and everything kind of built around that.
Right, it's a very interesting take about the user experience, because I think that's a backbone problem for majority of the crypto projects. And what it starts with connect your wallet usually really meet a lot of problems with onboarding users, especially when you have very kind of geek kind of style, design. So people simply don't understand how to use your product. It should really look like your bank application and all the technology and all these like buzzwords, which is cool for DePIN conferences like this, but should be under the hood in your real product. So my last question, because I've been informed that we have just a few minutes left. So let's think about the future. Obviously, I mean, what's next? 3-5 years. Now I hope we're in the middle of the bull cycle, right? So we have something to do within this year, but after that, I believe we do have a lot of like time to build, onboard users, bring more interesting features to your products. And what's next? I mean, how far we are from the whole, let's say, decentralized world, Internet of Things, how it was called like, time ago and stuff like that. So let's talk about that.
Yeah, I could take that one, because I think if there's any one thing whenever I go to these conferences, I try to encourage folks like you guys, if you're curious about this stuff, is think to yourself, like, what is the DePIN end state? If I could kind of just snap my fingers and make DePIN a reality for every household and business all across the world, what would that look like? And I kind of have my own biased vision of how I approach that, but I think it's an important one that everybody in the industry needs to really consider. And so the way that I tackle that is I have this kind of fundamental belief that within a couple years even, every household is going to kind of have like a little black box in their home that just does all DePIN for them, right? You're going to have a toaster, a microwave, and a box that is doing, IONET, Akash, Dawn, Helium, Filecoin, all of that kind of stuff. And the way that we aim to tackle that very soon, we haven't announced it yet, but we're essentially going to be able to tackle that through the router side of stuff. So I want to be able to kind of paint this vision of like, hey, this idea of like your dumb router/modem from your cable provider is the day of the past. What if we could transform that into kind of this one crypto black box that does it all? And so I think that kind of clarity of vision has been super helpful as I think about how to evolve this protocol and bring this product to market.
Totally agree with Neil. For us, I think the container might be different. We want to build robots that's going to be powered by all the DePIN network, like internet and positioning, 3D data, and that all. Personally, I am really excited about the development and combination between AI and different DePIN networks. If we can use Helium's Wi-Fi and whatever other project can provide, and AI to process that data and predict data and use that kind of data insight to enable our ESG industries, because we humankind and next few generations are facing serious problems. And with that AI-driven, DePIN-powered infrastructure, we're able to advise our resource use and reduce waste like water, electricity, land. I really hope that we can come up more solutions that is going to benefit the ESG industry to promote sustainability and see the potential that DePIN AI can provide.
Right. Maybe you go first.
In DePIN years, in the 3 or 5 years, the the DePIN will grow fast with AI and RWA and decentralized computing. So more industries will enjoy ourselves. Yeah, that's my.
I think well, it's definitely mass adoption, right? DePIN is still the best way to onboard people. Like people don't need to know anything about crypto to use a DePIN project, a product. So I'm thinking like I'm thinking in the future we'll be able to see a lot of products that DePIN product that are like that are into the mainstream, and a lot of people don't even know they're backed by crypto. The crypto part has been or the crypto functions has been fading to the backside. Like people just enjoy more about its functions. So that's why also I think I totally agree on Neil and Zoe's when they said that the product is actually so important in the DePIN space. The user experience is very important because as you are onboarding non-crypto people, that's all they care about.
Right. Okay, guys. So we are wrapping up, and just the final words that what I have, let's say, learned from this panel. It was very interesting to talk with you guys. Like, you know, I remember the first time in 2017 when I just joined the space, I thought blockchain should be everywhere. And like, well, of course, it was like a mistake. The same, like, you know, when we're talking about DePIN, it probably looked like the decentralized physical infrastructure should be everywhere, but of course not. And maybe we need to find the best business models. We need to find the best solutions, the faster the user really can be onboarded easier. And then I definitely wish you luck and success with your products, with your projects, your companies. And thank you so much for having us today. It was a real pleasure. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. I think maybe somebody from the audience is gonna have some questions to you, but we're gonna have a lunch break here. No. I mean, you can just like, I think, catch up somewhere in the networking space, and yeah.
Oh, that's it. All right.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, we have a lunch time right now, and it's like 30 minutes only. So, yeah, so just like use this time wisely, have some food, and we're finishing our agenda. Can I have a slide on the screen? Yeah. We're gonna have a few more keynotes and 2 more panel discussion until 5 p.m., I believe. So yeah, grab some food and stay tuned, and we're gonna go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I think we're ready to continue our event, and the next talk gonna be by Naman from NodeOps. Yes, we're waiting for him, and I think we're starting. Naman, you ready? Okay. I mean, we can wait a little bit. Take this. All right. You can use those microphones. Yeah, if you want. Yeah. Okay, guys, we're continue. Let's give a round of applause to Naman from NodeOps.
Thank you. Am I audible? Perfect. Hi everyone. I'm Naman, founder and CEO at NodeOps. Today I'll just be talking more about what exactly is orchestration layer. What are the current challenges in the entire DePIN ecosystem? I won't bore you up with supply side, demand side, all of it. I'll focus more on, how exactly we have been transitioning ourselves from being like a traditional infrastructure as a service to more like a decentralized, physical infrastructure as a service now. So a quick background about, what we've been doing so far at NodeOps and where I come from. Been working in the research space, infrastructure space since 2017. Worked with all the enterprises like IBM, Bosch, helping them out from the infrastructure for payments initially. Built out an extension that was leveraged for micropayments and fully homomorphic encryption by Ford. This was later on acquired by one of the largest gateways that you know today as Circle. Started with NodeOps with an intent to provide a simplified one-click layer for anyone to get into DePIN. And that's where we are today with more than 300K wallets with us, more than 2.5 million revenue so far. We are one of the top 5 DePIN projects in terms of revenue for 2024. What are the offerings that we've been primarily focusing on? So imagine that you want to deploy a Solana validator node, or even like a Cosmos validator node, or a simple, light client of Celestia or Avail. We have something called Console where you can sign in with your email, select the chain, deploy, and forget after that. Everything else in terms of maintaining, monitoring, upgrading, all of it from an infra space has been taken care by us. And this is what NodeOps bought in the entire trend of having the node as a service provider for retail. And today we cater to around 75,000 monthly active users that are consistently deploying their nodes, and we're helping them to further decentralize and secure the network. Recently, we announced something called NodeOps Cloud. So NodeOps Cloud is where we are now focusing more towards bringing in the DePIN supply, compute supply from reliable cloud providers. So it's not just about you spinning up your laptop and bringing it on NodeOps Cloud as a compute. The intent is, yes, if you've got a good data server, if you've got a good compute, you can just come to us, run a single command, and get onboarded as a compute provider on our cloud. And this cloud, you would have a very straightforward orchestration layer. That's what I'll talk today, which would essentially schedule the workloads on your machines, and you start getting a very clear revenue share in a sustainable manner. And that's what, the entire orchestration happens on our own network. It's called NodeOps Network, which is economically secured via AVS. And AVS is now actively validated services. We're currently compatible with EigenLayer, very soon with Symbiotic, Jito from Solana as well. So here are some stats for us. So far, 2.7 million revenue since January 2024. We've catered to around 55,000 plus nodes under management, spread across 80 plus protocols today. Now, looking at what are the current challenges in the market right now? Well, if you look at it, all the DePIN projects out there is actually looking to bring in a very reliable and secure compute network. Believe me, we are not getting into the hardware business at all. The intent right now is all this compute network that exists with partners like Fluence, partners like Ether. The intent for us is how do we orchestrate it, bring it on our marketplace, and schedule the demand side, and we purely focus on the demand side altogether. Now, the next one primarily is more focused towards how do you trust it. There is no single unitary metrics that you can follow that is compatible with all the DePIN projects out there. We are working with very strong researchers from Stanford to introduce a novel metrics called node score. So node score is going to be the metrics that would define how every machine is adhering to a certain benchmark that's been set by the DePIN providers out there. So this would eventually bring in a strong unified trust layer for all the DePIN supply out there. And that's where NodeOps is right now leading this initiative with partners from all the other DePIN projects as well. And if you look at it, one of the biggest challenge in Web3 had always been fragmentation, be it fragmented liquidity, now being fragmented toolings. Today, if a developer comes in from a traditional Web2 background and wants to deploy something, let's say on a very new chain, I don't know, Abstract, right? If he's deploying an NFT collection on Abstract, they would eventually first go on Abstract, find out the RPCs, set the environment, deploy it on their own cloud providers, and then build out the entire application layer. Don't you think this can be resolved very easily? That's where we come in and provide the solutions that focuses more on simplifying the business logic for developers, where the intent for us is we would orchestrate the entire coordination from the day one of developer joining a particular protocol to actually going live and maintaining the reliable network for them that can cater to the real-time demand that they get in from a large-scale applications out there. So this is how it, I won't get into the entire complexity of it, but the entire architecture is split into 3 layers. You have an entire onboarding flow for providers to come in. We call it Marketplace and now NodeOps Cloud, where a new protocol that is looking to bootstrap their economic security or looking to bootstrap their operator set, they can literally do an entire operator bootstrapping event on our platform. What do I mean by that? Is imagine you're launching your own protocol now, and you need like 100 different validators spread across 17 demographics with a certain compute spec. You just have to list it on our marketplace, and the entire coordination to get them on board has been taken care by our orchestration layer. And once that is done, the entire process that involves monitoring these nodes, deployment of these nodes, scheduling of these nodes, it's all been taken care via our project itself. And to bring in the additional verification layer, how are we economically securing this? That's where the AVS angle comes in, where we are now positioned to be one of the top DePIN projects out there to bring in the verifiable compute directly catering to all the needs of protocols and developers out there. So in simple terms, if you look in the traditional world, orchestration is literally just a standard coordination between 3 layers. You have DevOps that takes care of developers' operations from the infra front. This essentially interacts with cloud. This cloud is like GCP, AWS, or even now DePIN clouds. And all of it goes into the IT operations part. This 3 combined today is a traditional cloud orchestration. And that's where we are bringing in the entire node orchestration via NodeOps network that is going to cater to the demand in Web3 as well. So all in all, the 3 steps that the 3 pillars that we are focusing on is, first one, how do we ensure a permissionless onboarding for any compute providers? Today, if you have to get into any network and join in as a compute provider, if you have your data servers, the first thing that you have to do is acquire certain tokens, stake it, and then run the entire steps in like your own instances, your own terminals. With NodeOps network, it's like a one-click layer for you. You connect your wallet, you sign in with your email, run one single command right there, and you're good to go. We have worked tremendously hard for this for the last 3 to 4 years with guys who have been building the infrastructure for traditional Web2 firms as well that is serving like millions of requests per hour. It's right now state-of-the-art innovation where we've onboarded more than 80,000 unique compute providers in a span of 4 weeks. And Mesari actually covered us for that. The second one is once providers are onboarded, how do we bring in the demand side? Because now the supply is set. That's where the entire console and marketplace comes in, where anyone can go in, build their templates, deploy any form of use cases that they want in a very simplified one-click manner. We are today working with more than 300 plus developers that are building in not just node deployment templates to us, but it is AI workflows, AI agents, and you just have like a one-click layer for that. And all of these templates, you have the flexibility to select where you want these to be deployed. So if you're very confident about a particular provider that you trust, you could literally go out on our marketplace, select that provider as your default choice, and every workload that's been scheduled would automatically be orchestrated on that. And the next one is how the economics work here. The first question everyone is focusing on, what happens to revenue? And you might have heard a lot of things right now in terms of mint and burn, buyback and burn, stake, all of it. Well, we don't get into it. With NodeOps Network, we are going to have a direct revenue share with all the providers that are getting onboarded. So entire revenue that we have generated so far, it is on chain. With NodeOps Network, we are going to just make sure that all the stakeholders involved, be it node operators, be it compute providers, be it our own network stakers, they get a direct revenue share right away on every demand that's been generated on the platform. And yeah, that's what we've been focusing on with our provider onboarding flow, where marketplace now is looking to work with very unique set of use cases involved. So for example, we are currently working with SSV network, where the intent for us is how do we leverage the entire DVT concept to bring it to being like a DVP, which is decentralized verifiable provider as well. And that's going to be an interesting one where we're actively working with DVT validators and stuff as well. Yeah, so this is what Mesari recently covered us as well, which was more focused towards the actual growth and demand that we've generated so far since January 2024, where we have more than 275K verified users actively working and participating across various campaigns that we've been running. And of course, one of the biggest metrics for us had always been revenue. And that brings in a very sustainable economy for the entire NodeOps network right now. This is a very quick interface of how it actually looks. Overall, you could see the real-time stats in terms of what you can do. We have something called Agent Terminal launching very soon. And this would be one of the first agent terminal out there that's staying away from all the token gimmick. You could actually use these agents throughout your daily life, be it if you're a developer, be it monitoring. If you are a social media manager, you could literally use this agent terminal to deploy like your own version of your own personality on socials that can, of course, reply. But not just reply, you have a flexibility now to focus more on what exactly these agents should be involved in. So we're giving like a complete segregation layer there where this terminal can cater to as much use cases as possible. So yeah, overall, if you've looked at it, orchestration is everywhere. In AI, it has been used for coordination between the language models, tools, data sets, and then bringing it all together, tying it out together to build out your own AI workflows. In DeFi, it's always been helpful to have orchestration across managing the risk, managing the rewards, and how you have a sustainable risk-adjusted returns overall. In DePIN, orchestration is very important to create the entire distributed nodes in node architecture, and that's where NodeOps Network comes in. And in security, this is something that we're releasing very soon, meaning in next 48 hours. It's called our own vulnerability tracker agent. So in security, one thing that we are looking at right now is you might have been seeing a lot of hacks across the board for last 6 to 7 years. Yes, you always get to know after you see it on socials, and if you're not a developer, you would never get an opportunity to actually understand what happens behind the scenes. With our vulnerability tracker, if your code base as a developer has been exposed to any of these third-party libraries that you are directly or indirectly using, you would be notified real time with the solution for it that, hey, your dApp or your piece of code is exposed to certain vulnerabilities. It's very important that you resolve it right now. This is a critical vulnerability. This is a high-class vulnerability. So we have like various categories been created for that as well. So that's where the entire orchestration layer again comes in, where the coordination between the third-party libraries, open source libraries that a developer use, monitoring it, generating the vulnerability reports for it, and then pulling the triggers for anyone to be fully aware of what's exactly happening out there. And if your dApp is exposed to it, you need to resolve it right away. And it not only gives you the alert, but with our AI-powered playground there, you actually get this solution as well in terms of how to resolve it. All you have to do now is just click on execute it right away and get the solution for it. So yeah, that's been the quick background about orchestration in general. And the way we look at it right now, NodeOps started as a SaaS in software as a service in December 2023. And now we are moving towards something called DV SaaS, which is decentralized verifiable SaaS powered by our own orchestration layer. And that's where everything that we have deployed so far, be it 60,000 nodes, be it catering to 300K users on our testnet, or be it generating 2.8 mil revenue so far, this was centralized. This was handled by our own 6 to 7 different cloud providers that we've been leveraging. And now we're moving towards DePIN with NodeOps Network. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. You said you're supposed to show some demo. Do you still want to watch it?
No, I think yeah,
okay.
That was the video.
All right, so then we have a room for maybe a couple of more questions.
Yeah.
Guys, does anyone have anything to ask? Checking. Everything is pretty clear, I guess. Okay, so then thank you so much for your talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, so NodeOps are our partners as well. They have a table there, and yeah, please just stop by and grab. Do you have some merch?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Okay, thank you so much. Give a round of applause to Naman. Yes, and we are moving forward, and we have Dominic Carosa from High Velo giving the next keynote. Dominic, please come to the stage. Please welcome Dominic. Yeah, give me just a couple minutes. I'm gonna open your presentation.
G'day everyone. My name's Dom from Havelo, one of the co-founders, and obviously I've got a preso, but maybe just to start in terms of DePIN, how many people here sort of know that DePIN's been around for about 40 years as a concept? You know, a couple. So maybe just to give you a little bit of background and history, the first DePIN was about 40 years ago, pioneered by NASA and a research group called SETI. And so NASA was basically generating all this content from satellites and other radio telescopes, and they didn't have the computing power in order to process all the data. And then they set up a research lab called SETI to try and come up with a solution of how do we actually solve this problem of a lot of data and not enough compute. And so some of you who are maybe old enough would remember an application that you downloaded onto your computer called SETI. And so every day it would download a bunch of data. It would basically process that data and then send it back to SETI, or basically NASA. And back then, pre-blockchain, there was obviously no blockchain or tokens in terms of incentivization. And if you found a star or a planet, you could basically name that star or planet. So there was a reward mechanism still built in to that. But what I'm going to cover is obviously some DePIN history, which I've kind of just gone over. I'm going to bit of an overview on Havelo, and we just TG'd last week. How many people here are going to TG sometime this year? A few people? Okay. So I've got some TG learnings for those that are looking at going through it, and then tell you about our airdrop. I've kind of already mentioned SETI. I don't need to go through those particular slides. But really interesting, this was kind of like a volunteer network, and so it was really the first concept of decentralized compute, which is really quite amazing back in the 90s. And obviously after 20 years, and actually only stopped doing it very recently. Because obviously compute power has changed in a very material way. I guess just to maybe sort of jump into Havelo, our whole vision is really about trying to make DePIN accessible to the mass market. What we know is that DePIN is inherently complicated, and our view is for DePIN to become mass market, at least on the supply side, it needs to be as easy as using Spotify or iTunes. And just, I guess, in terms of a little bit of background, two of the co-founders, myself and Andrew, our prior company that we founded was a company called Banksa, which is one of the leading fiat on and off ramps, in fact, second behind MoonPay in terms of transaction volume. And we learned a lot through the process of making on-ramping. So this basically started that in 2014, making on-ramping super easy, because back then it's already hard to onboard, but it was even harder back 10 or so years ago. And so with Banksa, we pioneered that process, and the company still exists, and we listed it on the stock exchange a couple of years ago. And our view of, we're obviously big believers. So from Banksa, building infrastructure that connected the fiat to the digital asset world, we move on to Havelo. We saw significant opportunity in DePIN, but we also saw there were a number of challenges. And challenges around, for example, there are hundreds of DePINs, there are new ones coming out all the time, so being able to keep up. Second of all, many DePINs require staking of their native token, as well as having the gas on from the L1 that they're working on. So that also brings up a level of complexity as well. And there's really a time to learn and earn. And so our view was there's got to be a better way. And so we built a platform. We launched it about 3 months ago. We've done basically a little bit of marketing on X, but not a lot of marketing. We are just under 30,000 nodes running. We're up, I think, about 80% in the last 30 days. So people are really just starting to lap up the opportunity for Havelo. And the whole process is it's aggregation and orchestration, allowing customers to run multiple DePINs at the same time. And so you download the software, it works out your system configuration, your RAM, CPU, your GPU, and then it will install the best DePINs to maximize the ROI. And then over time, using an AI agent, it will optimize, personalize the DePINs that are running on your specific machine. And then most importantly is, how do you get paid? We give customers an option to get paid in the native DePIN tokens that they're mining, the Havelo token, stablecoin, or cash, or a combination of all of the above. And so we're able to appeal to both Web 2 and Web 3 users. And I come back to my point earlier. I think one of the big opportunities and challenges for everyone in Web 3 is that we talk a lot of sort of techno geek, and I'll put up my hand and say I'm guilty as charged because I'm a nerd, so I love technology. But yes, power to the geeks. But for most people out there, they don't care. They don't care about the car getting from A to B. They just want to go from A to B. They don't care that it's a 6-cylinder or electric or whatever the details are behind the scenes. And sometimes, I guess, as an industry, we get caught up in that detail. And the apps is literally download, install, plug in your wallet details and start earning. It is basically that simple. And the reason we can make that super simple is because we're orchestrating, if I sort of go back, we're orchestrating a multitude of Web3 processes behind the scenes. So generating and managing public and private keys, swapping tokens, paying gas, staking. And in my view, once again, I believe one of the big opportunities for all the Web3 companies is how do you create something that is as simple as using Spotify or iTunes or just any kind of Web2 app. So in terms of what we're looking for, we're here in Hong Kong. Our company is domiciled out of Europe as well as Asia and Australasia. What we're looking for is working with more DePINs. We've got a whole list of DePINs that we're in the process of integrating. So if you run a DePIN, we'd love to talk to you. At the same time, working with distribution partners on a revenue share. We're working with a number of exchanges, some wallets, and many other groups from a distribution perspective. And obviously our tokens live as well on Gate and MEXC and on Radium. So that's kind of let's call it on the Havelo front. And I was actually talking to a couple of projects earlier today, and they said, we'd love to actually hear your experience when it comes to TGing a company, basically listing your token on various exchanges. And what I'll do, I'm not going to mention any names. So there's no juiciness in regards to different names, but I'll just talk conceptually around what went right for us and what didn't go right, and what I would advise other founders, co-founders, and companies that are looking to TGE. And the first of all is, part of any TGE strategy is making sure that you get listed on centralized exchanges. I think DEXs are great, but for the mass market, having centralized exchanges, I think, is super important. And our key learning there is, and if the project is able to pay in cash, i.e. in USDT, and not in the native token, that's better, because what most exchanges will do is that they'll take the token that you paid them and just basically dump it on the market, which is not beneficial to anyone. And unfortunately, we saw this firsthand. Second of all, I'm a big believer of launchpads, but the general feedback that I've had from launchpads is they are a great marketing vehicle, a way to build the community, but it's not about raising money. So don't expect that a launchpad will raise you money, because usually they don't, but they will get your name out there for a cost. And then market makers, and this is going to be a pretty controversial comment. There are many market makers out there, and frankly, they're all pretty much the same. They do the same thing. They've got bots behind the scenes, people that manage the bots manage the trading. But there's really two key types of market makers. There's the retainer model, where you pay them a fee to make the market, and then there's the token lend model, where you lend them tokens, and then they will basically trade. And what I'm going to say is controversial, and they're going to hate me for it, is if you can afford it, and frankly, if you're going to TG, you need to be able to afford it, go for the retainer model, because in the other token lend model, you can end up getting screwed, excuse my language. So hopefully there's a few little tidbits there for those that are looking to TGE. I'm looking at a couple of people. We're looking at actually going to run an AMA or podcast on this, because I think founders and co-founders of companies need to hear this stuff. No one's talking about it. And my view is we want to build a community. We want people to grow. And frankly, it's better for investors if companies are going to TGE sort of follow those few practices. So in terms of how to get in touch, Telegram, follow Havelo on Twitter or on X these days. We're actually got an airdrop coming mid-March. And so the way that basically works is you download the Havelo application, you start mining, you earn points on a daily basis, and then those points will get converted into an airdrop. And obviously, the earlier you are, the more airdrops you get. The standard process in any DePIN, it's really the whole notion of cold start. So I definitely encourage people to get out there and start using Havelo. Love to take any questions. Just raise your hand and basically yell out a question if you've got one.
Any questions to Dominic? Do not hesitate. Oh, it's two.
How's your token price doing?
Token price from TGs are down about 30%. And so which is not bad in terms of the market from last week, but just to kind of illustrate that point, When we listed, we were up 50% in the first 5 minutes, and then one of the exchanges basically sold all of the tokens and went down to like down 70%, and now it's back up sort of 30% below TGE. So it was basically a, once again, the key learning coming from that. I think everything's a learning experience. And now for us, the most important thing is just grow the community, grow the user base. I think we're up over 500% from December in terms of our node growth. And for me, that will ultimately drive the performance in the token price and the business. And it's a bit like Banksa. In the early days, it was took a long time for us to build momentum and build the business. But I mean, Banksa is a public company. Anyone can go and have a look at the financials. We're doing billions of dollars of transaction volume, working with all the major exchanges and wallets. And so my view is we're still at the early stages. I'm only interested in building a long-term sustainable business. Banksa was one. Havelo will be another. But thank you for your question, sir.
Hi. So I couldn't get from like the presentation, like what kind of DePIN suppliers are you looking for? Is it like just for validators, or is it like for normal services, like basically hosting or something like that?
In terms of DePINs that we're looking for, DePINs that can run on standard desktops, laptops, on Windows, Mac, or Linux. And so the oldest machine we've got, I think, is a 12-year-old Mac. It just needs to run the latest OS, and Windows 10, we've got 10-year-old machines, all up to brand new machines with high-class, high-performance GPUs. And so if you've got a really old 10-year-old machine, and there are tens of millions of machines out there that are basically in a cupboard in the bottom drawer, people can basically spark them up and actually start earning the native DePIN tokens as well as the Havelo token. And earn points and obviously.
How about on the other side, like on the client side, like who uses these machines? Is it like used for hosting or for service providing or CPUs, GPUs?
Yeah, so just to give everyone a bit of a sense of maybe the DePIN space. So you've typically got the DePIN themselves, and then there's really two parts, two kind of streams that I see. There's what I call the demand stream, and so the demand are companies, organizations wanting to use the services of this DePIN, whether it's storage, their IP address, their bandwidth, their GPU, their CPU. And that's usually the domain of the DePIN to go out there and actually get the business. I mean, I've got some ideas around that. And then conversely, on the other side, you have what is called the supply side, which is the millions of computers around the world that are basically contributing to the decentralized network. And so my view is, if you ask me, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? My answer will be the egg comes first, and the egg is the supply side. We as a DePIN industry need to build out the supply side to basically make sense on the demand side for companies to be able to use much more resilient networks, networks that are deeper than where they are today. And the reason you ask, why did I get from Banksa into this, going back into DePIN or going into DePIN for me was just a real natural progression, and that is when the internet started and when it started becoming popular in the mid-90s. When I built a website, I hosted it on my machine at home or at the office. Things were so much more decentralized, and then in Web 2, things became much more centralized. And I think Web 3 is going back to the ethos of all things decentralization, and that's why I'm a big advocate. And so, sorry, you got to.
So for the demand side, so right now you just focus on the supply, and the demand side comes later, or you already also took steps for the demand side?
We're not focused on the demand side. Is the domain of the DePIN. They're going out there and getting the companies. I mean, I've got some thoughts. Thinking forward is building a sort of an API that covers all the DePINs and just letting people connect into the API without getting too nerdy. But that's the next step. The first step is just focus on building out that supply side, have millions of computers around the world, and being able to have millions of people around the world be their own boss, being able to actually generate income. We've had huge growth in emerging markets, because 20 or 30 bucks a month may not be much for people in Hong Kong because things are super expensive, or me in Europe or Australia. But if you're in emerging markets, 20 or 30 bucks actually can make a difference. And if you've got a really strong GPU, you could be earning $200 or $300 a month. So there actually is money to be made in this particular space, but it's super early. And I think we've got time for one more question, one or two.
Yes, we have time.
Hi, I'm Mike from Yay Network. We are like VC syndicate, and I'd like to go back a little bit to what you said about market makers and launchpads and everything. I agree that I think more founders should talk about mistakes and go-to-market journeys. So I'd like to elaborate on this, and maybe you can share some things you would do differently on your go-to-market strategy, or maybe you can share some things that you spend money on that actually don't work at all.
Yeah, good point. I think, as I sort of touched on a couple of slides before, I said exchanges. I think listing on centralized exchanges are an important part of the TGE journey. And my biggest advice to companies that are looking to TGE is, if you can afford it, this is all predicated on the fact that you've got enough USDT sitting in your wallets, just pay the exchanges with cash, and that's the end. And if I look at, and once again, I'm not going to mention any names because I'm just not going to do so, but if I look at the exchange that we paid cash to, there was net buying on day number one. The exchange that we paid tokens to, there was net selling on day one. So it doesn't take a genius to work out basically what went on there. So that was really one of the first learnings. And we've got a whole series. In fact, the next exchange we list on will be Bitpanda, which is really big in the European market. And we've got a steady stream of other exchanges over the next 12 months. And I will be following my own advice, paying cash, because that's just better for everyone, including the investors. Second of all, when it comes to launch pads, we basically launched, we were oversubscribed on multiple launch pads, but there's a little sort of, I won't say a trick, it's like a little nuance with launch pads. They all have a 24-hour refund window or a 3-day refund window. Yeah. Okay, so that's the business model that they operate. And so if, once again, you learn this from experience. Our launchpad round was 25% at TGE, which means the investor gets 25% of their tokens on day one, 1 month lock, 5-month linear vesting. So it's pretty vanilla. And that, once again, the general feedback there was, unless the token gets 4x in the 24 hours, you will basically get a bunch of refunds, because those investors on launchpads are typically only looking for a quick win. Can I take that 25% of TGE, which is 25% of my investment, sell it, take back my principal, and then the rest is profit. So in my view, the incentivization or alignment between launchpads and companies, DePIN companies, other companies in the space, is not there. There's actually a misalignment. But what I will say with launchpads, they exposed us to hundreds of thousands of new users who ended up coming in and actually just buying the token outside of that, because we could actually do some tracking with regards to the wallets. And then in terms of, I think people in marketing here are going to hate me for saying this, but I would say that 50% of the marketing spend was basically a waste of time and money. And the issue is, like in a lot of marketing, is not knowing what 50% was basically a waste or not. And so if we had our time again, I would make sure that I had very specific tracking on every single influencer campaign and basically track that back to ROI. That would have been, but we were like rushing, going hard in terms of TGE and all those kinds of things. And so sometimes you just think, okay, we'll just go out there and hopefully it all works. And so I would say some of the KOLs and marketing that we did worked really well. Some of it didn't work so well. And now we've implemented a system. Any marketing we do has to have a specific URL that we then internally do a quick ROI. Has it worked? Does it cost us money? Is it neutral, or has it made us money? And so once again, another key learning. And I think with Daniel at Hotspotty and the guys there, I think we're going to run an AMA on this, because we've had so much feedback from projects saying, tell us this stuff before we actually list. Tell us this stuff as we go in terms of building the business. And I think this is just interesting for anyone who's running a company, whether you're Web3 or not.
Thank you.
I think we've got maybe one. Basically having a specific URL or a link back to our website, Telegram, a website, so we can actually measure the effectiveness. So it's, is it the best thing? No, but at least it's some measurement as opposed to no measurement. So that's the rationale. I think we had one more question there from the gentleman.
Yeah, but
or just yell it out. Just yell it out.
Yeah. So what was the traction when you went for the listing? Like how many users were required, right? So.
Yeah, so we, I mean, when we listed, I think we were at maybe 15,000 nodes, 18, I think it was just before listing, 18,000 nodes. And in the last week, we've had over 10,000 nodes generated. And I will say, and there was some key learnings there because I think, life is always key learnings, and you can either bullshit to yourself and say, it's all fine. But the way I prefer, I got a little saying that feedback is the breakfast of champions, and I'm my hardest critic. So when a mistake gets made, I want to learn from it. So, but what I will say is one of the biggest concepts and opportunities with DePIN is this concept of a cold start. And so you're trying to build infrastructure or trying to build a network, and you can use your token as a way of incentivizing and growing the community, incentivizing the community. And that, I would say, if you're asking me what went well or what would I do again, absolutely, I'd basically be listing the token. I would have made some of those small changes around the exchanges and the launch pads and those things. But absolutely, I will do it because I can see people, they're buying the token, they're staking it for a yield, they're using the Havelo platform and staking it and getting a high percentage of the rewards, creating a whole flywheel effect with the token. So I think if the token and the tokenomics and the incentivization around that is built well, the tokens have a way of accelerating the growth of the company, in a way that you cannot do in the traditional world. So I think, I didn't come up with the whole notion of tokens and cold start. I think Helium and some of the other groups did it multiple years ago, but that's the benefit, I believe, and that I wouldn't change at all in terms of us listing our token.
I think thank you so much. I think we run out of time.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, Dominic, for your talk. Guys, if you have any other questions to Dominic, just find their booth here in the area. And I think he's kind of around. And we are getting ready for the next panel discussion. I think we're going to need 1 minute to prepare, right? So we have all the panel participants here. We have a moderator. I just saw her. Yeah. So just come by the stage. We're going to set up and we'll continue in 2 minutes. Yes, I think we're 5 minutes late, but should be fine because we have a break. So feel free to take the whole 30 minutes. And we started the panel on investing in the future of DePIN. We have Spartan here, we have Human Finance and Borderless, and Anna Tuto from Coins Telegram moderating this. So yeah, giving the word to you.
Yeah, hello everybody. Great to see such a full room of enthusiasts and people interested in DePIN. So we came to probably one of the most exciting topics about investment into this sector. And DePIN is not just a mere buzzword anymore. It's a key sector of the future of this technology. And it's projected to grow by 2028 to $3.5 trillion. The size of this industry, according to the DePIN development report by UWeb and GDI, and as well, already to the date, we have VC funds invested over $1.99 billion into this sector, and as for the last year alone, this size was of more than $578 million. So today we'll discuss why this industry is attractive for financing, and as well what challenges and risks arise along with that. And as well, we see the interest not only from the investor side, but as well from the big enterprise players too, like for example, Deutsche Telekom and Lufthansa as well launched the nodes on of big blockchain, so that's pretty interesting. And let's discuss with our discussion. The first questions, why do you think that DePIN is attractive for investment and for financing? And let's start with Celine. Oh, actually, let's introduce briefly as well our speakers first, and where they invest, what their focus is.
Sure. Hi, I'm Celine with Borderless Capital. Borderless is one of the very active Web3 investors, one of the pioneers in DePIN. We started in 2021. We have 40 plus investment in DePIN right now. The reason we started in DePIN is because a strong interest of our managing partner, who was one of the two people on the board of Helium, which is one of the pioneers company in the DePIN space. And we had someone who was head of investment at Telefonica, one of the big telecom in Europe, who joined to lead all the investments at Borderless on the DePIN side, because he saw the huge potential that this could have in revolutionizing industries like telecom. So yeah, Borderless, we invest across different sectors, but mostly infrastructure driven. So not only DePIN, but we have companies like Securitize, etc. And we have about 250 portfolio companies now, HQ in Miami, but global firm in general. So.
Thank you, Zhao.
So my name is Zhao. I'm with Huma Finance. Huma Finance is a leader in what we call the PayFi sector, so PayFi for payment financing. And what we believe at Huma is that when more of the global GDP is going to come on chain, there is a whole set of new financial primitives, or I would say financial products, that would need to exist. The way the traditional finance sector was built was for an economy that was mostly in the real world, where people interacted and paid for things physically. And a lot of the economy, or the global GDP, I'd say, went online in the past 20 years. And more of that is now going to come on chain with, we know, machines and AI coming on chain and needing to interact and transact. And so what kind of financial sector do we need to build to service that new form of economic activity? And so we are one of the pioneers in, on top of building a payment layer to have interactions and transactions between machines and humans on chain, building financial services, including credit, to service the same machines and people on chain. So we're passionate about this, and we've started investing in DePIN financing in 2024, and we are going to accelerate in 2025.
Thank you, Calvin.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. This is Calvin from Spartan. Yeah, we're a fund based out of Hong Kong and Singapore. We've been around since 2017, currently running 3 funds, a DeFi-focused fund, a gaming fund, as well as a liquid long-short fundamental hedge fund. Glad to see many DePIN enthusiasts here. Happy to talk more about the topic today.
Thank you. And my name is Anna Tutova. I'm co-founder and CEO of Coinstelegram. It's a media group. We have a news website as well, PR marketing agency. And we support the projects in the space, getting them promoted in top media like Forbes, CoinDesk, Bloomberg, and so on, as well promote them via KOLs, influencers, and growing communities. And additionally, we produce the documentary films about Web3 and blockchain adoption. Recently, we released a new documentary film featuring Vitalik Buterin, creator Ethereum, Paul Ardoino, CEO Teza, Arthur Hayes, co-founder of BitMEX, and many others. You can check it out on our YouTube channel called White Crypto. And let's continue with our discussion. So the first question, what are the key factors do you consider while assessing whether to invest into this or that DePIN project, and how do team as well tokenomics and business model show the investment potential of the project? Let's start with Celine.
Yeah, so DePIN has obviously a lot of commonality with the other companies and startup analysis, you know, looking at the founder's background, market size, you know, the team, have they worked together before, all kind of like the basics of analyzing a company. This doesn't change, but the main difference is, you know, the manufacturing part of things and the supply chain. When it comes to actually manufacturing, you have to be really good at hardware and all the supply chain component, as well as being a Web3 kind of sometimes like really plugged in the community, because you have to be good at the token listing, managing the market makers and all that side of things as well. So, but the most important really is the demand, like how much demand does this type of companies have? So for example, for us, I just mentioned one of the interesting investment that we made last year, company called GeoNet that gained quite a bit of traction. What they do is geolocation data. So a lot of the time the geolocation is a little bit off a couple meters just because of weather reasons, etc. But for certain industries, it requires way more precise accuracy, like a better accuracy. So if you think about construction or self-driving, defense, there's a lot of different applications. And so there's no real good solution. There's a couple players in the Web2 space, but GeoNet really created a company where now you can buy those little devices, you can participate in the network, and they created the largest real-time kinematic network for geolocation data. They're already making 2.5 million plus in revenue per year, and they already had customers. So they really use Web3 to actually accelerate their growth, make like the cost lower of the production and just like the expansion in general. So those are the types of companies where there is actual demand for the data already, and they're just creating and using Web3 to actually expand faster and at a lower cost. So instead of, I think a lot of the criticism of Web3 is like, oh, we're a solution looking for a problem. So we're really looking at what kind of you know, problems are being solved through Web3.
Yeah, that's a great way of bridging Web2 and Web3, and we see more companies with revenues. Calvin, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I personally think that DePIN actually makes a lot of sense with crypto, right? It's a prime example of bootstrapping a network using a token. Obviously, from this, obviously, you'll get rewarded in proportion to what you contribute and how much you contribute. I think the synergy with crypto makes a lot of sense here. That being said, I think there are certain DePINs that is slightly more attractive than the others. Obviously, DePIN is very wide, right? There's physical, non-physical, ranging from anything from energy to compute, right? So depending on what projects are, which vertical the project is in, yeah, essentially the idea is it makes a lot of sense. I think GeoNet is a great example. A lot of people have been wondering, hey, like, where is the demand side is actually going to come from? Demand is actually not as small as we all expected. A lot of these DePIN projects are actually doing 6 to even 7-digit ARRs. Now, whether the valuation then makes sense is then for us to evaluate, but the demand is there, right? And speaking of demand, I want to quickly touch on some other example that also makes a lot of sense. Like, I think being niche within a certain category, for example, Vana's Data DAO, right? I think it's a good example. Curating a certain type of resource, then rewarding that is actually, it makes a lot more sense than doing generalized DePIN. I think Giona is one. We recently made an investment into Wingbits as well. They are doing flight tracking info, right? A lot of people don't even know, like, you know, current data, they're actually coming from 1 or 2 parties only. So we want to, like, you know, decentralize this and crowdsource these data from more people, right? Another one we did was called Puffpaw, right? A lot of people are just saying, hey, why fund a vaping company? But behind that, right, there's like viable resources, right? There's health info, there's smoking habits. How much do you smoke? How do I incentivize you to stop smoking, right? Instead, do this vaping thing instead, right? So there's a lot of ways to play around this, but my point is, just to drive everything back, is that DePIN makes a lot of sense with crypto, and it's actually good to, you know, be niche within a certain resource that you're looking to crowdsource from the public.
Thank you. João, can you comment more on the side of credit financing? How do you evaluate the projects?
Yes, I'll add a little bit there and talk about something that's maybe a different spin on why DePINs are great for investing. So I think you both were talking about the equity side of things or the VC perspective. And us at Huma, we try to look at it as well from a credit perspective. And the reason is that for a lot of infrastructure projects in the, I would say, traditional world, which are centralized, they rarely finance themselves only with equity. Actually, the equity financing of an infrastructure is often a slim part of the overall project financing. And a lot of it is debt. And so the question becomes, the CapEx needs for any infrastructure project is still there, it's still very high. How do you finance this with debt as well? How do you complement it with debt? And so that's the question we're asking. So when you're thinking about providing debt to a project, the questions are somewhat similar to an equity investment, but because the risk you take are different, you're going to look at things maybe a little bit differently as well. So we think a lot about sustainability of projects. So of course, like DePINs, most of them are very, I would say, early. It's a new sector, and a lot of the projects don't have a ton of maturity yet. But we try to select projects that have more maturity and that start to have, I would say, patterns in their cash flows, where we can start to see, have an expectation of, can they repay the debt? So that means, because we're talking about networks, on the supply side, do you have an economic model that's sustainable? Do you have profitability for the participants in the network? When they bring in an asset into the network, can they make money off of it? Therefore, they can pay you back. And after they've paid you back, hopefully they've made money themselves. Otherwise, it's not sustainable. And then on the other side of the network, the demand side, are there enough customers? I think we were talking about demand before. Are there enough customers? And is the pricing model for the service such that people who pay for the service continue to come back and feel excited and satisfied about the service they're getting, and they feel like it's priced the right way? So I'd say for us, sustainability, and I would say healthy and repeatable economic models, both on the demand side and on the supply side, is what we look at.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you touched the question about the risks and the risks of repaying by the projects. So I would like to discuss this in more depth, and what risks do you navigate when investing into DePIN, and what concerns arise in regarding adoption, liquidity, cybersecurity risks, and as well regulatory uncertainties. What are your thoughts, Celine?
Yeah, on the DePIN side, once again, I think the manufacturing and supply chain aspect of things is definitely one of the key ones. We've seen some companies, I'm not going to name names, but that were not able to necessarily ship all the devices that they were actually had been ordered and paid for. And this is it's acceptable to a certain extent in terms of like the time frame. And so depending, like thinking and having a good thinking around like where should the manufacturing be made and having the right partners is really important. And so we've seen a lot of really good successes as well. Once again, GeoNet is doing a great job. There's a lot of DePIN companies doing a great job. Helium is expanding. There's more than 30,000 hotspots, I believe, in the US and Mexico, et cetera. So, but it's not easy. Like anything hardware that touches hardware is really, really not easy. So that's one, I would say. Second one is to go back to your question around the prices and et cetera. I think this year all the meme hype has kind of taken all the liquidity from all the different other categories. So DePIN had a good last year, and then the end of the year in 2025 were really kind of all the attention was taken by AI. So now that it has slowed down a little bit, we're excited to see some of the DePIN project getting tractions again from the price perspective. Also, I would say this is where one of the expectation is quite high because there is revenue. So a lot of the people are expecting, kind of looking at some of the P ratio that you could have in actual listed companies on NASDAQ, et cetera. So there is you can have more references to value a DePIN company rather than a layer one that's still kind of subjective sometimes. And then regulatory risk definitely is always on the mind. We still don't have a super strong framework. There was some news around Nova Labs, which is Helium, in discussion on some of the regulatory side of things and the securities, et cetera. Now in the US, we're very positive around what's going to happen this year. The government is very crypto friendly, so we should be in a good, they should be quite positive. So I would say those three ones. The manufacturing side of things, where is the liquidity going and how can we make sure that there is more attention going to those DePIN tokens beyond the hype, and three, the regulatory side of things.
With the market is challenging now. Jaou, do you have anything more to add to that?
I agree entirely with what Solène said. I also think that generally for me, the overarching risk is that these projects are generally pretty early. We don't have as much distance, so there isn't as much maturity. And when we look at projects often, there's a certain amount of like mistakes that just early experiments are going to make that have nothing to do with just like, any bad intent that just exist in like a lot of these projects. But we start to see some that are emerging. I think we mentioned GeoNet, Helium before. There are some that are emerging with like more and more maturity, but I'd say the lack of maturity in the overall sector, I think, is like a key risk factor. One thing that I would like to actually add to this, which is maybe on the flip side, as we have more and more, I would say, maturity in these projects, there are new opportunities to manage risk in a better way with DePIN. And that's actually one thing that we at Huma are very passionate about. So when I think about my early days investing in infrastructure at the World Bank, when banks provide loans to develop infrastructure, they do a lot of work upfront to analyze the project. They will model the cash flows and make a number of assumptions, and then they decide whether or not they provide that financing. After they've provided the financing, they kind of have to pray that they get repaid. There is not very much you can do except maybe, like actively understanding some of the risks and trying to manage them. But basically, most of your control is before making the decision to invest. When you invest in DePINs, what we're experimenting with now is you're investing in a project where the economic activity is happening on chain, which means the cash flow is on chain, and so therefore the money is programmable, and you can direct the flow of fund with smart contracts. So there are a number of, I would say, levels of security enforcement you can have that a bank could absolutely never have. So some of the things we've experimented, we work with a project called Roam, which is one of the larger telco projects. And we've launched a POC whereby we are financing participants in the network who want to buy equipment. But then their tokens, for example, are held in a vault. and that is a form of collateral for the loan. If they don't repay the loan, it's a form of staking. We can think of it as staking. If they don't repay the loan, then that's a form of security. And the difference is when typically you give out a loan for a normal infrastructure in the traditional world, the infrastructure itself, let's say the bridge, is your collateral. But I cannot sell one piece of the bridge to get the money back. So it's not necessarily liquid. But here I can have tokens, they're liquid, you don't pay me, I sell these tokens, I get my money back. So that's a very interesting one. A second mechanism that is very unique to DePINs is if I give you money, for example, to pay for a piece of equipment, when you receive the money from your customer, the money can be programmed to come back and pay me first before you even perceive it. So that means I don't need to trust that when you receive the money, you're going to pay me back. I'm directly at the source, getting the money from the origination of the cash flow, which is the customer. That's called counterparty risk. That counterparty risk in normal traditional system is very expensive, and it increases the cost of capital. So these things, I would say, these two mechanisms as an example, are things that are actually opportunities to manage risk differently and are quite innovative and were never possible before we had economic activity on-chain with programmable money. So I think that's on the flip side, like lower risk, I would say, insights for financing DePINs.
Yeah, that's quite interesting observation, and we see the benefits of Web3 for that. And I would like to add that as well, the majority of funding to the project goes to the seed funding. So yeah, you can predict a lot of other risks. Calvin, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think both of you touch on very, very good points. I think DePIN in general is a relatively early space, and of course there are inherent risks that goes along with that. And obviously you have supply chain side, there are like risks around production, how much it costs to produce, where it's produced, a setup costs and stuff. There are a lot of margins you have to think about. Geographical, I also think it's a risk. I think some projects do pick certain regions to go to market with, and it turns out that, hey, like that region doesn't really have that sort of data, right? Or it doesn't require that, right? Then, yeah, it's something that we have to think about when looking at DePIN projects as well. I think one more thing that I would add is the quality of data moving forward, right? Not necessarily data, but everything in DePIN. What end users provide into this network, the quality of it, just given the sheer amount of participants in the market. And this actually goes back to my previous question, which is it's important to provide high quality data. Otherwise, like the data is not high quality, it's not going to be used, people are not going to buy it, right? So it's actually a good thing that there's certain sectors within DePIN that actually has higher demand, right, for certain sort of resources, right? And data obviously would be one of them. And within data, you can actually, separate into like different things. Health, could be flight, could be anything, right? So yeah, that's something to think about when looking at DePIN projects, yeah, I would say. And some of the risks that we do take into consideration when assessing different projects.
Thank you. And as well, what are the biggest risks when coming to the mass adoption of DePIN, and how do investors can help to overcome those? And other market education, some constraints with hardware or network events are the challenge today? What do you think, Celine?
One of them is always so in terms of the different risk when it comes to actually going to the broader mass adoption. I would say the first one is always liquidity, and now we're going to have a lot of different DePIN tokens. And last year DePIN started to take a lot of to kind of go through its kind of hype, and so everybody was labeling themselves like a DePIN project. Not everything is DePIN. That's a longer conversation, but we're going to see more and more. I think today there were about from the Messari report. Messari always does a really great report on DePIN every year and every quarter. Actually, I would definitely recommend for you guys to read it. There's about 350 DePIN projects. So now it's like, how does the liquidity flow between the different tokens? Whether you take credit and you like that between the different exchanges, it's very expensive to list a token on exchanges. So some company decides to just go through DeFi first, and then it becomes a real problem. Like, how do you deal with the different liquidity of the different tokens? Like, how do companies also enable payments? So usually the tokens, one of the application is, okay, if you want to use my service, you're going to need the token to pay for their service. That's a pretty kind of straightforward, and there is obviously like governance and a lot of different things that the token might be used for. But usually we've seen some UX issues with that. It's like, who wants to sit on a bunch of potentially volatile token to pay for a service, especially when it comes to Web2 customers who might not be degenerates. So there's been great solution to be able to pay in stable coins. And so kind of everything is abstracted and they can just have pay with a credit card, etc. I do think that we still have a lot of progress to be done on the UX side of things. So liquidity, UX, and those, I would say, would be the main ones. There's progress being done. It's just like a lot of collaboration also that needs to be done between the DePIN project. For example, at Borderless, we have an initiative called Grid, where we kind of put together a lot of various DePIN projects under one umbrella, creating one token to work with a lot of them. I'm not going to go into the details, but yeah, I think more collaboration between all the DePIN projects, which we're already seeing. I see some great people in the room, like Marari, who is also a portfolio company. And so I think those are all being addressed, but it's just like, and we're going to discover more problems and to solve with time. But I think if this has become, because we're having mass adoption, this is great. I would say talking to a lot of Web2 kind of big customers, we're seeing a lot of telecoms, etc., that being very open. They also invested in different companies. So in the US, Helium is partnered with T-Mobile. Telefonica is an LP in Borderless, for example. They really, and the reason is because they want to really understand all the progresses that are being done in the telecom space. So they're getting involved, but in terms of using DePIN as, say, like their main solution for their service, we're definitely not there yet. The technology needs to prove itself a little bit more. So I would say the problem is not necessarily specific to DePIN, it's just the whole crypto ecosystem that we need more robust technology in general, which we're working towards. We need better UX, which we're working towards, and we need better liquidity that flows cross-chain. And yes, I would say mostly that.
Yeah, thank you. We unfortunately come to the end of our panel. If João or Calvin, you have to add anything very briefly, you are welcome.
Maybe very briefly, to your last question, I would say as well, I think that before DePINs become ubiquitous and kind of like take over service provision, let's say in telco or other kinds of infrastructure services, I think we need to have consistent quality of service. And I think that, especially, for example, when we talk about critical infrastructure such as telecom, the kinds of things that it enables can be actually really, really critical for an economy, and you cannot afford to not have good quality service. So if you think of a hospital that relies on a like 5G network to perform IoT connected surgeries, you cannot have a service and a network that kind of like cannot ensure quality of service. So I think the first thing we will need is to make sure that we have standards and that these standards are shared across and we have new norms. And as we have that, I think more and more adoption will happen. So I think for me, it starts with the high quality supply. And once we have high quality supply, more demand will come.
Calvin, do you want to add anything?
Not much to add, to be honest. I think you guys pretty much touch on the points that.
Okay, thank you for interesting discussion and for your insights.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. It was a pleasure to have you all. I hope you are also around here in the space, so our attendees can actually ask some more questions maybe during the networking time. Yeah, please do not leave early. All right, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we're going back to the stage. We're gonna have 2 more keynotes and 1 more panel discussion, and that's it. We're wrapping up. Okay, yeah. Thank you. 5 minutes break. 1, 2. Okay, we are continue in 1 minute, I guess. All right, we are moving forward, guys. We have the next keynote by Luis Ramirez from Mavari. Mavari actually also our partners. Thanks for supporting our event. Unfortunately, it was too last minute, so they don't have this fancy table, but they have a lot of team members. Who else are from Mavari?
My co-founder,
Hi.
my co-founder, Alex.
Okay, yeah, many people. So yeah, great opportunity to connect with the team. And yeah, I think I'll just pass the word to you. Do you want to use this one or?
Yeah, that's okay. All right, so not sure if the audio will work, but let's give it a try. So hello, I'm Luis Ramirez, founder and CEO of Mawari, and we're a DePIN for spatial computing. So why on earth we created a DePIN for spatial computing? We started the company in 2017, and our mission has always been to actually accelerate extended reality. So Takeo, which is here, and I had this vision that right now we are in frame media. So we see everything through a frame, like a peeping hole. And then that the media actually will come right from in front of you to your eyes, and the UI will be the whole world. That's our vision, something like this. And if you can play the audio, would be great. So we power digital humans that are AI powered, and we bring them to the real world.
Augmented reality realm through the Mawari network in Korea.
Just seamless as if they were in this world. If we have a good connection, our CTO Alex can give you a demo later. Already running on DePIN. So anyways, I'll just give you another example. This is not with AI, but this is just how we orchestrate the network. It's a full use case in which studios like Disney and others, Puppet Avatars. We did this collaboration with T-Mobile in the US, so please take a look. Audio, please.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I slept in my cat bed. I woke up. Didn't even have to be anywhere. Because you see me in Dallas, but I'm next to my cat bed.
So what's happening here?
I'm meeting all my fans.
The motion actress is moving her head, her body, and all that data is being sent to a decentralized rendering server. Then the rendering server composites the motion data with the graphic image, renders and stream in real time. So as you can see, she's in Canada. We were at that event in Austin, and with sub 32 milliseconds, we were able to have a real-time experience through our network. So then in Japan last year, actually, we did the world's first mixed reality discussion panel. So everybody was wearing a headset, and you'll see. I think the planet Earth will catch up very soon with the technology of Jupiter, and our mission is to push. She's there, and she was moderating the panel.
Thank you very much. I would also want to.
As you see, fully synchronized in 2D and 3D.
How do you handle the bandwidth and/or latency issues that often arise with high-quality, real-time virtual experiences?
Sure. As I mentioned, the focus of the company has been to.
Okay, so what is the hot use case in 2025? AI agents. But we've been doing this in 2018. That's actually why we started the company and we created 3D streaming technology. Because a telco in Japan, KDDI, actually had that vision that since there's a lot of aging population in Japan, the only way to actually tailor the lack of workforce is through AI agents. But that was 2018. So now this is more recent, and I asked her about Mawari, so she can actually explain better than me what Mawari is. Audio, please.
Thank you for your question. Mawari is a technology company that focuses on enabling high-quality augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR.
So that's also real-time edge AI.
Their platform leverages the power of the cloud to stream complex graphics to AR/VR devices, which might otherwise struggle to render
Anyways,
such content.
let's move. So now, what's Mawari? We're the world's first DePIN for spatial computing, and we power the AI-driven immersive experiences and create a content delivery network for this type of content. So, but now you will wonder why streaming and why spatial streaming matters. Think about today on Netflix. You press play, and within less than a second, you have a 4K movie in your phone, in your TV, wherever you are. So we give that for granted, but the reality is that it took about 20 years to build all the network and the infrastructure to get this level of readiness. So when we think about mixed reality, we all imagine, because we've seen, depending on the generation, Blade Runner, Ready Player One, Minority Report, we all have an image of how the future will be, but it's not gonna become mainstream if we don't have the same level of readiness and the same level of service as we have with 2D content. And this is the reason why we created Mawari. So the elephant in the room when in the XR industry is that, okay, so Meta and all these other companies are investing billions on the devices, but what about the content? So consumer-grade content cannot be scaled to mobile devices with the traditional infrastructure. This is because technical bottlenecks and infrastructure limitations. So technical bottlenecks are simple. So when we moved from 2D to 3D, the file size increases. So we're talking about gigabytes, terabytes, and for example, if you have to download 40 gigabytes, you are not going to wait an hour for the content. You just want to press play and have the content ready for you. The second one is the format. So we're moving to spatial computing. So also, as Niels from Oki explained, perception and everything in 3D needs to be native so that we can have that next generation of content. And finally, device processing. If we want the glasses actually to be just like the Ray-Bans, we need to remove all the processing from their form factor. And the only way to do that is to offload all that rendering and AI processing to the edge, period. So, and then infrastructure. With the current centralized infrastructure of CDNs, there are a lot of limitations, and that actually really didn't allow us to scale our technology. So how did we solve those bottlenecks? So the main focus for actually 5 years was just how to solve the latency and bandwidth problems. And it was just me bugging Alex, fix it for 5 years. And we did it. So how did we do it? We reinvented actually creating a streaming format that is AR native. And to create that, we actually had to create the full rendering pipeline again. So capture, rendering, encoding, streaming, and decoding via network, because 2D is very different to 3D. So that's what we created, the Mawari platform, which includes the decentralized layer, which is all the infrastructure, the Mawari network, the Mawari engine, which is our core technology, a 3D streaming framework, We have 4 patents already published and 10 more on the pipeline, and then an SDK that allows this technology to connect with the infrastructure. So that's our vision. So today we are in the era of clunky headsets and really basic content. So we want to push the world to very slim glasses and rich mixed reality content. So 3D streaming delivers what we call sense of presence. And that's what makes a difference from actually just experiencing AR in your phone and in the glasses, because you really feel like someone is there. Like in this case, this DJ actually was live casting from a very different location into this living room. And how do we achieve that? As I mentioned, we created a framework called the 3D streaming codec, and also the SDK that is includes some black magic like split rendering and parallel processing. So now, why DePIN? Why I'm here, basically. So we created this technology for about 5 years, 6 years, and we started partnering with AWS, with Google Cloud, and we told them, well, okay, we want to deploy GPUs on the edge to scale this service. We have some demand. And that's around 2021. And you wouldn't believe, because we started in Japan. In Japan, they only had 16 virtual machines on the edge, because there's a big chicken and the egg problem. It's not a technological problem, but actually for hyperscalers to be on the edge, they need to host the infrastructure inside the telcos. And that creates a big, okay, so who's monetizing what problem? So we were at a crossroads, and at the time, then I got inspired by Render Network, by Helium. I saw how they were able to really bootstrap their supply quickly, and that's when I told Alex, we need to go Web3, and he grew some gray hairs after that, because we created another company. So Mawari Network is a DePIN from the inception, because that's actually even DePIN before the DePIN term was coined, because that was the only way to actually solve the problem for us. We need GPUs in the edge, and they need to be distributed compute, but not everybody or not the hyperscalers cannot provide all that compute. So we need third parties, independent data centers, and also a community. So for that, we need to use blockchains to keep that transparency layer. So also, did you know, maybe since you are not very familiar with the XR industry, today we have more than 50 million units already shipped worldwide. And out of these 50 million units, if you think about how the iPhone started, right now probably we're at the iPhone 3, iPhone 4 timeline. So we're just waiting for that killer application that will start getting the Generation Alpha and Generation C more hooked into this. So timing is right, and moreover, these experiences need realism, need a lot of compute, and this is just gonna skyrocket. So we don't have enough compute to power spatial computing worldwide. And why now? Well, we've been working in this, as I say, since 2017. A testament is Samsung Next. They believed in us. We're doing a collaboration as they're releasing an XR headset, also borderless, which is here, trusted our vision. And we were able to raise, and we created a network that orchestrates bandwidth, storage, and rendering or processing in real time. So that's the Mawari network. This is kind of like the schema, how we orchestrate the full network. And since actually we started in 2017 and we did a lot of R&D with telcos, we actually, our technology has been deployed in over 50 commercial installations, and we have big clients, as you can see here. And if you look Mawari in the media, you will see articles in Forbes, in VentureBeat, and we've been called like the MP3 of AR, the Akamai of XR, and the $20 billion codec. And even not being crypto, we were called the 20 billion TVL, so we'll see. So I'll play a video. It's a success story of commercial activation and showing that actually you can monetize XR today. So this is a simulated XR at Mutec JP. So let's have a look. Audio, please.
Mawari is making the extraordinary accessible to everyone, empowering creators to deliver awe-inspiring, immersive experiences globally. How is Mawari unlocking the full potential of the trillion-dollar mixed reality market? Meet Assimilating XR by Hiroaki Umeda, a masterful blend of digitized contemporary dance, digital art, and cutting-edge mixed reality technology, powered by Mawari. This creation's immersive tapestry of movement, light, music mesmerized audiences in its 2-day premiere at Mutec Japan in Tokyo. Processing power limits quality and immersion in XR devices. However, streaming real-time, high-fidelity, and consumer-grade 3D visuals from the Mixer visual art tool was a non-negotiable requirement for creating a captivating, life-changing experience. Achieving this magic was only possible thanks to Mawari's revolutionary Core XR streaming technology. The result? Real-time, high-fidelity, consumer-grade 3D visuals delivered at a quality never before experienced in the market. This groundbreaking mixed reality installation was not only the first of its kind, but also a tremendous success, debuting to immediate acclaim and selling out instantly. Audiences commented on their amazement with a 96% satisfaction score. The ripple effect of the work's success cascaded to numerous media outlets in Japan and abroad. Assimilating XR showcased to the world that consumers are not just willing, but eager to pay for high-quality, mixed reality, immersive content. Attendees paid $20 for a 7-minute performance. An impressive 71% of first-time XR users affirmed that they found value in their experience. This is just the beginning. At Mawari, our mission is clear: to be a driving force in ushering the XR industry into the mainstream. Stay tuned.
Okay, and this just went out today in Japan, and it's gonna be globally at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So we just signed a contract with Nankai and Metosaka, which is also here. What's Nankai? Nankai is one of the biggest railroad companies in Japan, a very traditional company. They serve the Osaka region. And they are planning to build Namba, which is kind of like, I would say, Times Square in New York or Shibuya in Tokyo, as a new digital entertainment city in which they will deploy AI agents, just like that one there in the visual, and also live concerts similar to what we just showed. And all this powered by DePIN. So you'll see the news tonight. It's a very exciting project. It's a multi-year city development, and just a testament that DePIN is here to stay. We're doing something very different to Helium, but it's also reaching the end consumer now. So that's one of the biggest points I would like to emphasize. And just a little bit of promotion. We're doing a node license sale probably very soon. So if you want to be part of this network, please join. We'll have more details in our website soon. So there you go.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, I wish there was a room for questions, but we unfortunately right in time. So yeah, but
just go to mawari.net and you can.
Yeah, great. All right, thank you. Yeah, just give a round of applause to Luis, please. Yeah. Yeah, and we welcome Frederick from Sourceful Network. Yeah, you can use these microphones for these ones. Yeah, let me quickly open the presentation. You can.
I guess you're fixing the presentation for me.
You can start with maybe.
Because I'm not going to talk about DePIN Day Hong Kong. That's already been done.
You can start with a quick introduction.
Yeah, so my name is Frederick. I'm representing Sourceful Energy, and today we're going to talk about the shift in the power system that we do have some challenges and where DePIN fits into this space. So, in essence, what we see now today is already a quite substantial shift in the way we both produce and use energy. And this is already happening at scale, already without Web3 technologies, And this is why this makes it really the perfect use case for crypto and DePIN. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sourceful Energy. We do operate out of Sweden, and if you want to keep this extremely simple and uncomplicated and relate to other projects within the same DePIN space, what Demo, Helium, and other DePIN projects are doing, we are doing more or less the same, but replace cars and networks and antennas and IoT networks with batteries and solar panels. Obviously, there is loads more complexity to that analogy than that, but you get the point. It's actually, we've just secured our last funding round, and we have a new creative director. And what do you get with the creative director? You get someone that helps out with the slides. So you'll have to bear with me that there will be some animations, and I would say so. So let's talk about the past, because that's where we are today, and that is also part of the opportunity and the challenge. The grid, which is really the base layer of the Western society. We cannot live a modern life without electricity, and that goes without saying. And the thing here is that we've been so used to having power just when we need it. And the whole grid, the system, in most countries, it's over 100 years old. So we've had this for quite some time. It's been designed from centralized production. We have big power plants, and the end users, the consumers, are just that, consumers. What we're seeing now is that we're actually beginning to flip this picture around. There is a very interesting graph, and this graph is actually borrowed from the economics. And what we see here is the International Energy Agency predictions, that's the yellow lines, and then the black line is what is happening. So we see the predictions every year. You can look at these graphs and laugh, because it's always easy to say that, oh, they were wrong. But the thing here, what I'm going to point out, is that we're not looking at a meme coin. We are actually looking at the cumulative amount of solar PV on a global scale. And this graph is actually lacking about 6 months behind. So we could probably think that this line is even a little bit higher up. We have thousands and thousands of solar PV installations being installed worldwide every day. And the cool fact with solar PV is that it's already the cheapest power source. So you might wonder, like, why are not building nuclear, new coal power plants and so? We don't need to be environmentalist anymore. We just need to be capitalist, and we will solve the climate. That's actually one of the best stories ever. I believe we will solve this just because of the market. But there are challenges with this. Most of this production doesn't end up in big centralized solar farms. Much do, yes, but about half of this ends up at rooftop solar and in a very much decentralized manner. This means that we do have a new challenge. Solar PV only produce when the sun is shining. And that's actually not very predictable. We can do a lot to predict that, but still we get more volatility in the grid. And we need something that actually backs up this during the nighttime. And all good. We can solve this by more batteries and more reserve power. We can solve this in a lot of different ways. But one way we all need to do in order to make this work is that we need to coordinate. And by coordinate, it means that the grid really just needs that power just in time, all the time. The grid isn't for storage. A battery is storage, yes, but the wires are not. And this is a fact that I think very few people which are not electrical engineers know about. But there is actually an exact balance between the power that is produced and the power that is used every second, all the time. And if it is not, we all know what happens. That's when you have a blackout. That's when the lights aren't working. It's that simple. And the cool thing here is that it just works. We seldom get a blackout. We live in a world when we don't have to think about this. And that's great. And how could this happen? Because when you fire up something that consumes energy, someone else actually needs to fire up something that produces energy in that instant. The utilities, that's their game. It's not that strange. I mean, they've been doing this for 100 years, right? But what happens when the utilities get less and less of that game? When there are millions of micro producers? Obviously, they are not controlled by the utilities. That's where the coordination problem comes in. So we are building what we call, and don't get me wrong here, we're at the crypto event. We are not building a blockchain, absolutely not. We are running on Solana, so just keep that very clear. But in terms of analogies, what we want to do is build that layer 0 for the coordination problem and the data problem. And when I say this, we're actually talking about the base layer. We need to connect the devices very close to the source. That means that you need to be able to control the inverters. And the inverter, by the way, is a device that transforms the PV DC electricity to AC. You need to be able to control the battery. You need to be able to control the EV charger. And this is all just internet connectivity. But we all know that it's not just. There are so many standards. There are so many protocols. Our approach is to make this easily accessible for everyone. That's what we're building. And what I believe is that a DePIN project should obviously be a consumer product, but the demand side is a B2B product. Our customers are the utilities, the grid. Those are the entities that actually need our services, because they will fail if not. So it's really in their interest. And if you're a very small, like if you're a homeowner, how do you join becoming one node of millions of other small nodes? That's the coordination problem. There are Web2 businesses in this area, so we are not alone. And I think that also is something that, at least my take on DePIN project, is that it should probably exist a Web2 alternative. That's a validation why this DePIN project can make it more effective. But it is about effectiveness. How can we do this on scale and let a consumer, a homeowner, join effortlessly? So there are several, I would say, small examples of the market. And if you look at the market for flexibility in the Nordics, and by the way, from Sweden, a single household battery, equivalent to a Tesla Powerwall, 10 kilowatt, could earn up to about $4,000 per year. That was last year. Don't take me accounted for future predictions on the markets. But just to give you an idea, a single battery last year had an ROI of almost 1 to 2 years. And we're not talking about Web3 at all. We're just talking about what the market pays for that flexibility services. Quite interesting. And why do we have these high prices? Yeah, we have Germany, which has about 3.5 million solar installations, and the grids are all connected in Europe. So we sort of all get the problem from being interconnected. We also get negative pricing daytime at peak power. This is a concept that at least Americans, they sort of don't understand. How can a price of energy be negative? But that's a fact now in Europe. Summertime in Europe. Who wants solar PV and who wants to pay the utility for producing power. That's a fact today. And that's because we don't have coordination. So all these millions of individuals that have solar PV and batteries, they are all acting as individuals. They are not coordinated. So even if the grid doesn't need the power, well, they don't care. So we have a broken system. And that's really why I believe that DePINs are the next evolution of use cases will be in energy. It's really the perfect use case if you ask me. Obviously, I'm biased, I work in the area, but the thing that is happening in the energy sector is decentralized by its core. We're solving a challenge of decentralization. Should we solve that by a centralized global solution, or should we try to do it in a decentralized way? We also need to think about the problem of the utilities. The utilities, they could build a solution. It's not about the technology. The technology already exists. It's IoT, it's control signals and platforms. But just think about it. How does a utility operate their business? They're selling energy. They're competing with other utilities of selling the energy for the cheapest price. That's often it. And there are many, many utilities. And just in the small country as Sweden, which is 10 million people, we have 150 different utilities that are competing with each other. Either they all get together and create a solution that might work in Sweden, but not anywhere else, or they connect to a network that can actually coordinate these things on scale. So a platform actually makes a lot of sense here. And that platform needs also to be consumer focused, because there's a lots of platforms already. But how do I join a platform? Like, where do I buy the device? That's always the problem. That's a problem that the DePIN approach actually are able to solve. You can buy a device. You can do it permissionless. We do have an application, so it's quite simple to join. You find it in the both iOS and App Store. And talking about battery, you see in the top right corner that your MacBook that is presenting now might soon die. So, but we do have an application to make it extremely simple for anyone to join. And this is data. I'm actually speaking faster now because I'm getting stressed by this battery symbol up in the corner. But if you look into our Explorer, what we try to do and what we are already doing is that we are connecting a vast amount of different resources in people's home. We're already live in 20 plus countries on the supply side. And in this picture, there's a lot of graphs. You don't need to look at them all. It's just to point out that we're actually fetching data from the utility meter in real time, every second. We're fetching data from the solar PV system, the generation. We're also fetching data from the battery system. And we're already compliant with the vast majority of different manufacturers out there. And we reward the user for this. So they save money on being more effective, and they also get rewards for being part of the grid coordination. So it's a win-win for every party. And well, we build this as, there, it died. We build, I can speak without notes, and okay. We build this as an open platform, that's our way. We believe that we won't be able to do this alone. The scaling problem is really a problem. One of the biggest challenges that we do have is working with a traditional sector that is 100 years old, and it's highly regulated and also operates in different ways in different markets. But that's the same challenge for anyone else that wants to innovate in this sector. Our approach is the partnership approach. We are not aiming to outcompete the utilities. We want the utilities to be able to operate more effectively because we already have a fantastic infrastructure built. We want to keep that, and it's in everyone's interest to actually make that work as good as possible, even though we are flipping the game. So there is an open, I would say, developer platform, which will make it easy for anyone to integrate their products actually into our network. And yeah, we believe that the grid, you have heard this before, but it's going to be smart and distributed and transparent. And by utilizing, I would say, a network approach, we can do all that. So I haven't mentioned AI a single time in the presentation, and no, I did it now when I mentioned. But obviously, one of the key drivers for the electrification will be, well, electric cars and AI and data centers, obviously. And so their use case is really making these, I would say, new technologies scale as fast as possible. We need coordination. So that's us. If you want to keep in contact, I'm sure there will be a Telegram link here, and I'll leave the last 3 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. Yes, I see.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. You know, in South Africa, we've got a huge problem with power outages. They call it load shedding. So we're in a bit of a crisis right now where a solution like this would be really handy, but I'm a bit confused in terms of how this configuration works for people who are off the grid. Is it more similar to like the Tesla shingles, but in a decentralized way, or how exactly would the configuration work for people who want to move away from the main supplier and come together as a community of people who all have these
yeah, I would say that like a single household going in an off-grid setting, that wouldn't be really any point. Like they wouldn't join into Sourceful Energy. Like that sort of takes away the point of actually collaborating and helping out the grid. But a community, yes. So a community that is disattached from the grid. Yeah, we have all the services needed for making that grid optimization to happen. And I would say hardware, yeah, we have a gateway. I would say that is needed, enabled to do the fast coordination. You need to be sub-second level or even faster. We have energy meters that you can tap into and get real-time data. So there is hardware needed. But we do also integrate directly with manufacturers, but we haven't covered them all yet. So.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any more questions? We have time, I guess. Last chance. Last chance. Okay, thank you so much, Frederick, for your talk. Yeah, let's give a round of applause. And we're getting ready for the last panel, and we're gonna need 5 minutes to prepare everything. And yeah, and I think we're starting in 4:35. Yes. Short break. All right, I think we're all set and we're ready to start our panel. So please, we're going to discuss the scaling of DePIN. We're going to discuss the infrastructure powering Decentralized Network, together with Clara from Filecoin Foundation, River from Titan, already listening to his keynote today's morning, Chris from ICN. ICN also, thanks so much for supporting this event. You can, I think there's like 2 members here, right? Sarah and you. Yes. So you can meet them by the table. And Michael from DePIN Hub. Thanks. Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to have you all here. And don't get upset about the lack of people here. It's actually 1,500 people watching us online right now. So yeah,
no pressure.
Adding some stress here. So sorry. Yeah, give a word to you.
Okay, well, thank you guys for sticking around. This is the last panel of the last day on a Friday. So I'm sure everyone is tired. So thank you, 谢谢,多谢晒, and all the other things. So today we have what I believe will be a very interesting panel. We're going to be talking about what has, over the past, I would argue 2 years especially, really driven a lot of the excitement around the concept of DePIN, which is, often they separate DePIN into sort of 2 sides, which is the physical resource networks and the virtual resource networks. So we're going to be focusing more on the virtual or digital, sometimes they could say digital resource networks, today, which is really around things such as storage, compute, and the idea of a decentralized cloud. So we have some of the OGs in the space, some of the newer entrants in the space. We've had recent node sales. A lot of cool things are coming, potential TGs, etc. So you're in a good place to be. I am Michael. I am from DePIN Hub. I don't know if you've heard of DePIN Hub, but we are essentially where DePIN lives online. So you can find everything you need about everything from token prices to hardware to rankings. We have an academy. You can get badges all about DePIN, which you can then use to do things like run your nodes on our Node as a Service platform, and we'll give you a discount. So we do basically everything in DePIN. So that is it about me. Now, in terms of our guests, which is far more interesting, should we go, which order should we go in?
Ladies first.
Okay, ladies first. That is correct. See, there you go. Let's start with you, Clara. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Clara Tsao, founding officer at the Filecoin Foundation. I think many of you guys here probably already know Filecoin. But if you don't, we are the world's largest decentralized storage network. We have over 4.1 exabytes of storage run across over 2,000 storage providers all around the world. We have a huge community here in Asia. And over the last year, we've been specifically focused on really growing the number of startups building businesses on top of our technology. And so we have tons of companies today building on-ramps for all verticals of storage, from our large archival data sets all the way to hot storage, to also plug and play mechanisms to be able to port AWS data very quickly onto the decentralized web. And in the age of AI, we also have been working with a number of different partnerships with AI companies just to make sure that the content integrity layer of how data models are stored and also how AI agents today are using training data can be actually authenticated with our technology. And I live in Miami, Florida, in case anyone is from Miami here.
I'm from Miami.
Oh, I did not actually know that.
Yeah. My name is River Davis. I've spent the past 15 years working mostly in the Web 2 space for major brands, Mercedes. Amazon's doing creative. Now I am the head of brand for Titan Network, which provides DePIN web services to the internet through our decentralized user network.
Thanks. I'm Chris. I might be the most crypto native one of all of us. So I have a background in physics, but I spent a lot of time doing protocol design, protocol development, focusing on, I think, the more core Web3 questions. And I've recently moved into DePIN. I work as a product lead at ICN. And what we do at ICN is we're trying to build the next generation decentralized cloud that's scalable and usable for the modern internet that we have, and not just a second-rate version I think most of us probably operate our nodes on or with. The idea is that we want to decentralize and scale both at the hardware layer and at the application service layer. And I think we can do this through composability. We want to crowdsource different hardware classes, but also at the service layer allow people to develop different kinds of services beyond just what the suite of AWS services offer. So yes, we want to be a Web3 alternative to AWS.
Love it. Okay. All right. Well, then let's get started. Now, we didn't discuss talking about this, but I would like to, I always think it's better to start from definitions and just make sure that there's like fundamental base layer alignment. So, you know, words like the cloud have just become, you know, everyone knows these words. We use them every day, but not that many people, if you ask them, like, what exactly is the cloud, would have a very clear answer. Obviously, more people in this room probably would because we work in tech. But I would like someone to give your quick layman definition of what is exactly the cloud and what is compute, just so that everyone's aligned first on what we're actually talking about and what it means to decentralize it and convert it into a DePIN network. So does anyone want to take this is open to any of you three.
I feel like you should take on compute. I'm happy to talk about cloud. So back in the day, a lot of data was stored locally by most companies. And when the cloud came through, a lot of companies decided we don't need to run our own local storage. We can now store it on the internet and be able to access it at any point without needing local access. But the challenge of today's internet is a lot of data is being owned by 4 major companies that are basically data monopolies. And so for us, in the definition of what a decentralized cloud means, it means that instead of one server being owned by one major company that might dictate all the requirements for how cloud is run, we have multiple data centers all around the world run by independent entrepreneurs, so there is no major company overseeing all the operations, and users can then customize each data center to their own needs. They can choose where they want to store their data, how they want to store it, whether they want the data centers to be environmental, and our network of entrepreneurs at the Filecoin Foundation allow for a lot of that innovation to happen. So I don't know if Impossible Cloud wants to dive in more, and then I know Titan can do a lot on the compute side.
Sure. I mean, like you touched on, I think we want to kind of bring the internet away from these big incumbents, right? You have Microsoft, you have like Google, you have Amazon. The internet really only runs on like those players. And I think if we really want to be sovereign with our data, if we want to be in control of basically our digital world, which probably runs most of our lives, we should think of alternatives that are, you know, not, that can be flicked off with a switch. You know, these companies, if they go offline, there goes all our data. And I think finding decentralized alternatives with that robust security aspect that we all know decentralized protocols have and offer, I think is the only way forward if we want to have a kind of an internet that doesn't ever go down.
I think I'll try to make as simple a definition as I possibly can. The cloud is our digital infrastructure as provided by our physical infrastructure. So all of our devices, the internet, the code that we run, the data that we transfer, this is the cloud as being operated by the physical infrastructure that we have built mostly through, like they have said, AWS and Cloudflare and these major corporate organizations. I think that's pretty simple.
Yeah, and I can give a more extreme version, real-world example. I used to work in the counterterrorism world where terrorists might use and weaponize the web with illicit content. And if someone, for example, wanted to take down misinformation, disinformation, or maybe there's an authoritarian government that says, Amazon, I don't really like you guys having this freedom of speech, human rights content in the web in this country. They can go to Amazon and say, can you just take down this content? When you have a decentralized network of nodes, when it comes to authoritarian players wanting to censor the web, it makes it much more resilient to censorship. And people can control how they store, and there are multiple backups all around the world. And that also happens on the compute side as well, when you can think about infrastructure being fully decentralized. But that's what really hits home for me, is the real stories where people may not be able to access Wikipedia or key information around the world that they deserve to access, when today you can actually block people from accessing critical information if there's a bad player involved along the way.
Okay, fantastic. See, I love DePIN because you get so many interesting backgrounds and personas. We have studying physics and counterterrorism work. You were doing all kinds of stuff for like the major blue chip Web 2 enterprises. It's nice to see all the different personas come together. So, okay. Now, one of the reasons why all of this is so relevant is when you think about just like the demand for data. I think it's something like 400 million terabytes of data are produced every single day in our current society. 90% of the current amount of data was produced in the past 2 years. Mawari was just up here presenting. We actually wrote about them recently in DePIN Hub, and I believe there's a demand for a 1,000x increase in compute over the next 5 years to deliver mixed reality content, meaning like content that's off of the 2D screen. So there's clearly a huge demand, and then you suddenly throw in AI on top of it, which is clearly all the rage in everything tech the past couple years. It's no wonder why there's a need to rethink potentially the old models beyond some of the things that, for example, Clara just said around censorship resistance, et cetera. So I think the need is clear and obvious. It's very exciting. There's an opportunity here. Let's dig in, though, like more layers into the onion and try to understand maybe also what some of the challenges are, what some of the clear advantages are. And yeah, we'll go a little bit deeper, but we'll take it step by step. So let's talk a little bit about what are the challenges. We'll start with the potential negatives here. What are the biggest challenges in scaling decentralized infrastructure for use cases like cloud and compute? Who wants to start? Shall we start with you, Chris, because you spoke
Sure.
first.
Yeah, it's a very hard question. When I think of DePIN, I always find that it's a bit of an oxymoron. It kind of contradicts itself. I think traditionally, when you think about decentralization, well, let's start on the other side. When you think about scale, when you look at how people scale in Web 2, it is centralization. Logistically, you put it in one place, it's more efficient. The capital's more efficient, everything's more efficient. And that's how you scale. So the performance is better, everything's better. Decentralization goes, we care more about security, we care about verifiability, we care about agency for your users at the cost of scale. Why? Because now we take this tiny piece of thing that may be really simple to compute, like a hash function, or proof of work, and we make everyone's computer do it. So you basically replicate work. That is anti-scale. So when you think about DePIN, how do you balance scale with decentralization? And I think it depends on what you're trying to do. Because I think it depends on what are you trying to offer. If you think about data, again, if someone wants to access a piece of data, where do you store that? You can store it in one place, but then if that place goes down, it's not redundant, you can't get it back. So then you need to shard it, or you need to put it in more places, and then suddenly it's not scalable anymore. So it's kind of a slide. I think when I think about this trade-off, for your use cases, you have to think about where on this decentralization versus scale slider do I want to be, and design your system for that.
I like it. Okay, anything to add on, Chris? Oh, sorry, Chris. River.
I think for me it has to do with latency and power. So for Titan Network, what we're focused on is edge devices. And so within emerging markets that don't necessarily have the physical infrastructure, right, allowing users who have devices to contribute their resources creates a very large decentralized network. The issue that we run into is that, for example, training large AI models, you can't do that on a device network because of the latency issues, right? There's also compatibility between devices, right? So we have this issue, which we've actually seen a lot in the Web3 industry, where there's so many chains, there's so many coins, there's so many things. The interoperability isn't necessarily there, which is a big development hurdle for scaling efficiently if we really want true decentralization. Within the DePIN industry, there's a lot of theoretical frameworks that are great, right? Decentralized physical infrastructure is inherently a great idea, but if we're just acting as middlemen for infrastructure that already exists, are we really fulfilling that theory to its fullest potential? And I would argue, no, we're not. And so if we could take the same power from, let's say, an H100 and put that into a cell phone, and then put those cell phones out into the emerging market and somehow solve the latency issue, well, now all of a sudden we've removed the necessity for physical locations and we've put that into the hands of individuals, which now creates the most powerful global network we've ever seen because every single one of us has at least one device.
Yeah, and I think to add other people's points on this panel, I think the biggest challenge sometimes we face as a community is also just getting consensus. It's very easy for decision making when you have one monopoly making all the calls and saying we're going to ship this product by this deadline at this time. When it comes to DePIN networks and also open networks where a community comes together, we have storage providers around the world running data centers with 100 people. And we also have mom and pop shops. And we have to think about how can we develop our protocol and features that serve everyone and also having the community bought in. And so sometimes there is that trade-off of getting to consensus, making sure we are thinking about the best decision for the community. And then we also can't decide from there because the community ultimately has to vote. We have a Filecoin improvement proposal process so that every change on our platform, we have to make sure the community is also bought in. And so sometimes that hinges on speed and efficiency in a way that centralized providers might just be able to do faster. They might also be able to do it at scale because they're already the incumbents in the space. A lot of these companies have already monopolized the space for some time. And so we're also the underdogs to say, how do we do this faster, cheaper, better, more scalable, and also take over existing industries that a lot of times it's not just a tech, it's also business relationships. We have to teach our ecosystem if they wanted to land major enterprises in deals. That's a 6 to 12 month cycle when you think about the traditional space of enterprise storage. And so I think those are also pretty practical because unfortunately we are up against the giants of the world in every single sector in DePIN.
Okay, interesting points all around. I kind of like what you're saying in a way. It's like you're making it unscalable to in a way open up other opportunities. And then in other ways it is more scalable. It's an interesting sort of conundrum what you get because you get solutions, but those solutions then kind of create new problems as well, right? And yeah, reaching consensus is obviously one of them, quality of service one of them. But it also opens up lots of interesting advantages. And we kind of touched on some of the pros, such as, okay, censorship resistance, et cetera, et cetera. If we get more into the actual kind of quality of service part, because now we just talked a little bit about going to market, like the actual demand side. And just to back up real quick, like one of the things that makes DePIN so hard is that it really is, you're building a traditional business, but you're just going to market in an untraditional way, right? And so you have to deal with, let me build out a community. At some point, I need to coordinate with them. I'm going to do that through a token. So now I need to launch a token. But I still have this very complicated traditional intent, like maybe not capital intensive anymore because that's the business model, innovation, but still work intensive. You still need all kinds of technical people. You still need to do marketing, all of these things. And then you still have to sell the end product. Or sort of like the promise of DePIN dies because the token value at some point should be connected back to that real world demand, right? So you need all of these things in place. Now to sell that end product, you're going to need good quality of service. You're going to need to be comparable or better, probably, than the traditional solutions. So let's talk a little bit about that. Let's unpack a little bit. What are some of the advantages? And they could be at a higher level, business level, also maybe more at a technical level. What are some of the advantages of having a decentralized cloud and compute network? Should we start? Well, we'll start with you, River. Get your name right this time.
I think I can only really speak for Titan as my main example. So right now, our biggest client is TikTok. And what we're providing them is a CDN solution through our user device network. And what we're able to do is basically a price arbitrage between the ISP provider, internet service provider, and what the consumer pays for, right? And so the consumers have a reduced cost to enterprise, and so we can come in and allow the consumer to make up the difference, and so that's their reward. So we actually save TikTok like 75 to 80% on their CDN costs in China, which is a huge benefit to them, right? And we allow the consumer who joins our network and provides their resources to make up a percentage of the difference. So on both sides, you know, TikTok is able to save money and the consumer is able to get rewards and make money off of that difference.
Super exciting. I actually didn't know that you were doing so much work with TikTok. That's very cool. So there is a real life use case of DePIN being adopted in the market by one of the world's biggest tech companies. I love it. Chris, would you like to add anything on about the advantages of decentralized storage and compute?
I think decentralization gives you access to the crowd. I think one of the main benefits of that, if you think about verticalized solutions, that business model is, we think this is valuable, we're going to build it, and we're going to find our customer base, and we're going to serve that. Decentralization is about allowing more people to participate and contribute. And for me, it's about where accessibility is one, but where does value really lie? And at ICN, what we're trying to do is that we don't want to be defining those markets anymore, because I think crypto is about opening up a space for creating new types of economics, new business models. And what we want to do is be able to allow people to have composable building blocks to build their own services. So maybe object storage should be beyond just S3, everyone uses that, or maybe how do we host our websites? Or what if there's another way of combining the core fundamental building blocks, which I think are storage, compute, and networking? In what way can these permutations be combined together freely to create a resource that then can be used for a very specific new type of use case? And I think allowing this freedom and decentralizing these building blocks actually empowers us and allows us to build new things, create better things for our lives, build a better future. And I think that's really what it's about. And I think without that, without this decentralization component, it won't be accessible. It won't be possible.
Great. Okay. Claire, anything to touch on there?
Yeah, I think we already talked about censorship resistant, but I think the other two factors is really around cost, and then also I'm going to add to what Chris said about the Lego blocks that really DePIN offers. So for us, we have been spending the first few years of the Filecoin network really building out our archival storage. Today, for those that aren't familiar, archival storage is when you have huge amounts of data in the Web 2 space, and sometimes in this case of AWS, they send trucks to be able to actually move that data. And it doesn't just stop there. It's also a walled garden where there might be huge egress fees companies have to pay to be able to move that. And so today in the archival storage space, we've been able to make sure that the cost is around 1/100th or a fraction of what AWS Glacier can actually cost. And we're working with tons of great organizations like Internet Archive. We're backing up MIT OpenCourseware. We're working with CERN on critical physics data. And so there's so much data out there that unfortunately, as consumers, sometimes we don't even realize. Major enterprises or large companies have to back up. And sometimes it could bankrupt an academic institution that isn't anticipating how much compute and data a particular research might actually require. We also help with object storage, Web 2 object storage. So we have a number of startups, over 200 of them building on Filecoin today, that are actually building on-ramps to different verticals of storage. So some focus on archival, some focus on Web 2 object storage. And then in the Web 3 space, you can imagine there's also different types of data requirements. So we've worked with major ecosystems like Solana and Cardano to back up their chain data. And we've also been working around different objects in Web 3, whether that's games in the metaverse, or it could also include NFTs. Today, if you own an NFT, you're probably already using IPFS and Filecoin. And to kind of add more to what River and Chris have said, I think the other thing that is an added bonus about decentralized storage is we also have unique properties that you just can't get in a centralized cloud or storage model. An example is today in AI, a lot of people are worried about generative AI and images being changed over time. A lot of artists might fear that if they create a beautiful artwork, there might be a bad actor coming in and stealing that work. And when you can think about storage at that fundamental level, you can actually use a unique hash and also track how data is changed over time layer by layer, but you can also add a compensation ability to be able to say, hey, this art piece was used by all these different actors along the way. Now we can fairly compensate an artist that's creating something in the generative AI way, the way that their art is used and the way it can be credited. And so I think those are really important use cases that you just won't be able to get. We've also experimented our technology in the human rights space. So for those that have been following with the war in Ukraine, when that war first broke out, we worked with a number of nonprofits in Ukraine to make sure that the images captured by journalists on the ground can be actually admissible in international criminal court one day, because there are a lot of wartime images that people end up manipulating and using out of context. And sometimes it's by accident, but we can now prove this photograph came from this camera at this point in time, and it has not been changed. And so if you think about wartime autocracies or even basic businesses like someone wanting to monitor a construction project remotely, there's so many use cases. The ability to actually track changes and show that this is immutable, we can prove this came from this source. Or in the case of storing government data sets, you want to make sure maybe a government doesn't actually take down data or mislead people in data that's actually collected. I think that's the beauty of everyone who's spoken today at this conference, is they're working on so many different layers of how can we make sure we can prove data is collected from some source, and how can we also make sure that users have the ability to choose along the supply chain how their data can be accessed, whether that's being able to have choice around compute options, whether that's being able to choose what services they want to add on top. And if some people are lazy and they don't want to deal with all the steps along the way, they can still use a centralized model, which we've also worked with a lot of traditional companies to look at a hybrid approach where they're interested in storing some of their data in a decentralized web. And they are also interested in a more centralized model because it serves their customers better.
Okay, well, there you go. That's a whole bunch of advantages. So things that, you probably didn't even initially think of. What you were saying about, obscuring images and changing things through generative AI is a very interesting, newer use case that, protecting against this is beautiful for things like DePIN and a decentralized network that's immutable, right? So, okay, amazing. So, quickly, so we touched on AI. I only think we have like 2 minutes, so we got to be a little bit quick. Let's just go deeper into AI real quick. What are the considerations or the implications of the rise of AI and the need to deal with processing these workloads and storing all of this new content on your projects? So, decentralized cloud and compute, what are the effects, in your opinion, good or bad, of the rise of AI? We can start with you, Chris.
Interesting question. To quickly answer, I think with AI, I think there's a lot that has to come from your data. The data has to be robust, it has to be authentic, because if that's what you use to train the model, that's what your AI is going to be representing. Then there's a compute side. How is it processing that data? They need to be kind of close. So how do you manage the infrastructure of keeping those things together? But then how do you verify all those things? How do you verify the data? How do you verify the computation? And how do you verify the output? I think we're still a way away. I think AI and DePIN in some ways do belong together, but I think it's still early days. We should keep exploring.
Keep exploring. Okay, River?
For us, having a user device network, the biggest issue is the latency with compute. And so the biggest hurdle that we have to overcome, and generally overcome, creating a decentralized user network that's from the people, not necessarily from data centers, is figuring out what the solution is needed for specifically creating that coherence. I would probably say maybe a bigger issue in the industry, like I think DePIN is fine, but I think where it really comes into play is consensus, right? And the credibility of where the information is coming from. And so I think something like what Filecoin has done with IPFS and created a place where we can take these models, put all of their data points on the blockchain, verify where they've come from, and even give credit to the ownership of each of those assets. Now we create a whole new world. A lot of the creative industry is up in arms about you stole our data, you scraped it illegally, we're not getting anything from it. So let's say that there's a photographer who's very famous for taking pictures of cats, you know, hundreds of thousands of cat images. Well, every time that data set is referenced by Midjourney or OpenAI or a different, so that my mom wants to create a ceramic cat image on Midjourney to have fun, right? Well, now it traces back through the blockchain verifiably and says this data set was created by this artist who now gets a percentage of the profit from the membership to Midjourney, right? And now everyone, maybe it's only fractions of a penny, but if there's hundreds of thousands of prompts every single day related to cats that are all referencing this model, well, that starts to add up. And now we've solved a problem within the AI industry, within the creative field of, oh, people are being credited for their work and being paid for it, all through the help of the blockchain and through the storage of these data points. At least for me, that seems the most interesting. A little bit less than like, how are we going to fix the compute problem, which is like more of a technical thing, but it's something that we should probably solve also.
Right. Problems for another day. But I like you've taken something negative, such as, you know, the duplication of other people's IP, and you've potentially turned it into something positive that can actually reward them through royalties. So anything quickly to add on, Clara, before we close out?
I'll take it at a higher level. So a few months ago at the World Economic Forum, one of the biggest topics world leaders were talking about is AI and energy. And they were not only talking about the threat or the opportunities presented in AI, but also the energy demands needed to actually power the compute of the future. And there's also a little bit of a geopolitical play where countries today are marching forward to say who's going to win the race on AI. The other side is today we do have a lot of amazing AI companies, but unfortunately most of their funding is coming from big tech. If you look at their cap table, even though they might have open models, a lot of people question, can I actually trust the incentive structure? I remember back in the day, and I worked at Microsoft for many years, Microsoft would open source their technology to get a tax write-off, but a lot of it was composed in a way that only Microsoft could use. And I think this is the biggest challenge today when we think about existing monopolies that dominate the space. I think DePIN and every layer of it, from the storage compute to the models to the agents built on top, they offer a more open, innovative opportunity for people to step in and actually compose their own ability to create new companies in the new era of the web. And it also allows for regions of the world that never thought they could compete or have data centers to be able to build that up, even if they weren't necessarily advantaged to do so in the first place. When you think about being able to use unused data centers for AI data, or being able to use unused GPUs or compute that aren't as efficiently run, you can actually also look at it from an environmental angle and allow for things to be optimally more efficient rather than having to build it with brand new hardware. And so I think there's so many advantages to DePIN and AI, and I think the world stage is also starting to look at this with DeepSeek and other kinds of innovation that have hit the media around how to do things and how we can do it a whole different way. And the amount of innovation we've already seen with entrepreneurs in our network, and I'm sure with Impossible Cloud and Titan as well, of how they can build their own building blocks and experiment in a brand new way, I think is fantastic. We have a storage provider in Amsterdam that built his own entire data center off of solar panels and was able to do it in a much more efficient way that he can use as a blueprint to inspire other people to do the same. And that's not possible at all in a centralized cloud model that's owned by a major monopoly.
Okay, well, good. Ending on positive notes. And yeah, I actually think DeepSeek was a great tailwind for DePIN and Web3 in general, just showing that like with everyday idle resources, you can potentially compete with and even surpass like the giant incumbents that are, multi-billion-dollar funded, right? So I think it's quite exciting. Thank you so much for everybody here on stage. These are your decentralized cloud and compute experts. And thank you, Fluence, and who else? It was Titan, Fluence. I don't know if there was anyone else in the organization side, but for everybody who was organizing this, it was a great event. And I like that you can actually hear because you sectioned it off. Really well done. So thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. It was great to have you all. Do you want to have some maybe questions from the audience?
Oh, we have time for questions.
Yeah, it's
oh,
like
I didn't
it's
know we
the
had
last
time.
panel. We can. Like
Oh, we can do whatever we want.
Okay, let's check if anybody actually have questions. Seems like no.
No questions,
No
nothing. We were talking about
Is this-
AI.
Yeah,
storage,
that's literally
yeah.
the last chance to ask. Okay, so then we're wrapping up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Laura.
I think it's amazing that there's AI translating in real time right
Yeah.
now to be able to reach people all around.
Yeah,
And
there was like a couple hours ago, robots sitting here and listening to the talk, so that was even more amazing. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Give a round of applause to this amazing panel. And yeah, we're wrapping up the event, I guess. I think I'm gonna just, can I have my presentation?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for listening.
That's okay, I think you can keep it here, yeah. Yeah. All right, so is this presentation or not? No, it's not. Okay, so yeah, guys, thanks so much. That was it. We're wrapping up the conference. I think it was amazing. I usually put some information about the event on these slides, but my laptop was taken for the whole event, so I couldn't do this. Let me just quickly share that we had like more than 2K registration, and we had more than 350 people actually came to this event through all the day. So yeah, this was like I think around 400 of us, which is great. Let's celebrate it a little bit. Yeah, it was like more than 20 speakers. There was like more than 6 partners. There was a lot of media partners. You're gonna watch a lot of content online afterwards, and you're gonna you need to go to Fluence YouTube channel for all the talks, and not only from this DePIN Day, but from all the other DePIN Days. And we are going to Denver next and Dubai. If you are traveling to any of these blockchain weeks, please join us. Singapore, Cairns, you probably know all of this. It's Denver, Token 2049, ECC, and Token in Singapore. Yeah. See you in Dubai. Thanks again to organizers, Fluence, Titan. Thanks, guys. Thanks for helping us to put it together. IO.net, HiVilo, Impossible Cloud Network, NodeOps, Mavari, DePIN DAO. Thanks, you guys, and thanks for all the media partners joining us. Yep. I highly recommend to scan this QR code and watch all the pictures from this event. That's a lot of nice, really nice photos. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. See you at next DePIN Days. See you in Dubai.